Supervisor Brandow.
Here.
Supervisor Magzig.
Here.
Supervisor Mendez.
Here.
Supervisor Pacheco.
Here.
Chair Quintero.
Here.
All present. Thank you.
Welcome to the Tuesday, July 18th, 2023 meeting of the Fresno County Board of Supervisors. We'll begin today's meeting with the invocation and the flag salute. The invocation this morning will be led by Supervisor Buddy Mendez, District 4. And following the invocation, please remain standing for the flag salute. Supervisor?
Okay, it is my pleasure to welcome Pastor Virgil Miller from the Christ Lutheran Church in Reedley, who will deliver the invocation and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Miller was born and raised in Dinuba and moved to Reedley when he married his wife, Kathy. He has been married 42 years and has 4 children and 2 grandchildren. Welcome, Pastor.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Can we all stand? Thank you. And let's all bow our heads in prayer. Holy God, our Creator, we give you thanks for this day. We give you thanks for this wonderful county and all the people that live and work here. We also give thanks for all the blessings we have and continue to receive. And we ask for forgiveness when we fail to recognize those many blessings. I pray today for all the faiths in Fresno County. I ask that you keep us all mindful of our sisters and brothers of various faiths and help us work together for the good of the community. I pray that all members of the clergy have respect and honor for each other and our differing faiths, so that we can teach others to accept and respect and love each other regardless of our beliefs or cultures or any other differences we have. I pray we all recognize and are thankful for our diversity. I pray for all the staff and employees of Fresno County, for those that work in the administration and its offices, for those working on the streets, laboring and cleaning and maintaining this county. I pray for the Sheriff's Department, the County Fire Department, and all devoted employees that keep this county operating. We give thanks for their hard work and dedication they provide to the citizens they serve. I ask that all those employed by Fresno County are continually blessed by you. And we especially thank you today for this Board of Supervisors. I ask that you be with each one of them. Supervisor Brandow, Supervisor Pacheco, Supervisor Quintero, Supervisor Magzig, and Supervisor Mendez. They each made the decision to serve, and they each have a desire to serve the people. And I thank you for them and the personal sacrifices they have made to be servants of the people. Holy Creator, give these supervisors strength and courage and wisdom, strength to endure the pressures and hardship of their elected office, the courage to make the hard decisions they are required to make, and the wisdom to always look to the higher power to ensure they are always making the right decision. God, our Creator, finally, I ask that your Spirit is present in this meeting today and that all the decisions made here today are for the good of your creation. We pray for all these things in your holy name. Amen. And now let's say together the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good day. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Pastor. Item number 1, Clerk.
Item number 1, approve agenda.
Okay. Are there any comments from the board?
Motion to approve.
Okay,
I'll second that.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
We now move to item number 2, approve consent agenda item numbers 23 through 67.
These matters are routine in nature and usually approved by a single vote. Are there any members of the board who would like an item removed from consent for discussion? Okay. Are there any members of the public who would like an item removed for discussion? Okay. With that, I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 3.
Item number 3, Mr. Chairman, is closed session. At this time, if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on item number 3, may do so at this time. Seeing none at this time, your board will recess to closed session.
We will convene at this time to discuss item 3, and we will reconvene at a time uncertain.
Commissioner Rob.
At this time, County Council, anything to report out of closed session?
No, Mr. Chairman, the closed session item was only a real estate negotiation item for the board to discuss with its real estate negotiators, and there's nothing to report out of closed session.
We now move to item number 4, under Chairman Quintero, proclaim week of July 17th through July 21st, 2023 as Eligibility Workers, Job Specialists, and Appeals Specialists Appreciation Week.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Linda Duchesne, Department of Social Services Deputy Director. I am here today to just recognize some of our staff who do a really, really great job of serving our most needy in our community and those that are most vulnerable. Today, I'm going to introduce Elisa Gallegos, who's a program manager over our appeals specialist, and our two newest deputy directors, Joshua Hernandez and Maria Rodriguez Lopez.
Good morning, Chairman, board, members of the board. My name is Joshua Hernandez, and I'm a Deputy Director for the Department of Social Services. Today, I'm here honored to recognize our eligibility workers. Our eligibility workers play a vital role of the provisions of services to the Department of Social Services. They provide eligibility determinations to federal and state programs that are integral for families to feed their children, keep a roof over their heads, and obtain medical care. In this uncertain times, eligibility workers are on the front lines working to connect families to important services and safety nets, including homeless assistance. Over the past couple of years, eligibility workers have responded and provided services at the Creek Fire Temporary Evacuation Point and the local assistance center. Eligibility workers have staffed the Fresno County COVID clinics, and our community engagement workers are out in the field working alongside our community partners to serve at our homeless encampments, and recently the rapid response orientation and presentation for the former Bitwise employees. The work they do is complex, and the functions are multifaceted. Most of us know someone personally who has been served in some capacity by an eligibility worker. Today, I'm honored to introduce the following staff who are here to represent their classification and who were selected for their hard work and determination. First one is Uriel Garibay Sanchez, an eligibility worker in our community engagement unit, and Joseph Martinez, an eligibility worker in our contact center. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Maria Rodriguez Lopez. I'm here to represent my team of job specialists. They provide essential case management services to clients by helping them overcome barriers to employment. They provide support, guidance, and resources to our most vulnerable population, providing them counseling, job skills training, educational assistance, and many more services. The struggle is real for our community members, but our job specialists dedicate their days to ensuring our participants are successful.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Elisa Gallegos, and I am a program manager with the Department of Social Services. Today, it's with great honors that I present to you Appeals Specialist Bao Cheng for recognition. Bao has effectively served the community of Fresno as an appeals specialist for over 7 years, and despite facing personal hardships of her own this past year, including being temporarily displaced due to a house fire, she has continued to show up to work each day to provide dedicated services to the most vulnerable populations, ensuring that they have continued access to public social service benefits. Our department currently employs 3 teams comprised of 16 appeals specialists. Appeals specialists bear the unique responsibility by representing our department in administrative hearings and ensuring clients receive due process and accurate benefits by reviewing county actions and resolving hearings expeditiously at the lowest level possible. At this time, I would like to thank all of the appeals specialists for their commitment and their hard work and dedication to the community of Fresno, and to celebrate their accomplishments for the past year. In this past year, they helped to resolve 2,673 fair hearings, of which 42% were resolved at the lowest level possible without the need for a fair hearing in front of an administrative law judge. And they also assisted with the resolution of 95 customer service matters. And the information that was gathered from that data was helped used to improve services and outcomes for applicants and recipients of public social services. So thank you, appeals specialists, for all that you do to support the community of Fresno. Thank you.
And again, thank you to all of our eligibility staff. This is just a small group of, a representative group of the work of over 1,000 workers, over 1,500 workers. And so again, we appreciate the opportunity to come before you and to recognize our staff.
Thank you. Are there any comments from the board?
Yeah, Supervisor Quintero, thanks for bringing this forward. And we have a long day, so I'm just going to make brief comments. Good job. We appreciate the hard work that you do, and congratulations on the awards.
Thank you. I know it's, within your jobs, it's pretty time-consuming because you don't end it with just one interview. It's always the follow-up, so really appreciate all your time and effort that goes into taking care of the clients. And at this time, I'd like to make a motion to proclaim July 17th through July 21st, 2023 as Eligibility Workers, Job Specialist, and Appeals Specialist Appreciation Week.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Wanted to ask, just back up a little bit, is there any comments from the public? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please come forward and accept your proclamation.
So you were displaced by a fire? Thank you for coming down. Thank you. Oh, wow. Good morning. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Good job today. Thank you. Thank you.
The boss?
Thank you. Thank you, Linda.
We now move to item number 5, under Supervisor Mendez, adopt proclamation to proclaim July 16th through July 22nd, 2023 as pretrial probation and parole supervision week in Fresno County.
Supervisor Mendez?
Yeah, so I'm going to introduce Probation Chief Kurt Haynes, and I'm going to let you do all the talking, Kurt.
All right, thank you so much, Supervisor Mendez, and to the board. Kirk Haynes, your Chief Probation Officer. I am going to ask all of my probation folks to come up to stand along with me this morning. But I do, being sensitive to the time, I want to say thank you to Chairman Quintero for allowing us to come and to take a little bit of time today. Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week, our theme this week is Stronger Together. And so this week is a special time for us to honor the invaluable contributions of our probation professionals who work diligently to maintain, of course, community safety, provide support for our justice-involved individuals who are undergoing the rehabilitation, their journey. So today we have a few of our staff that are here this morning to celebrate the week along with us. This year, the focus of our Probation Services Week is on recruitment. As many other law enforcement agencies in the state of California and really across the nation, we've since the pandemic have been really impacted by recruitment and retention issues. And so we really are going above and beyond this year to try to focus on engaging with our community partners and folks that are in college and folks that we know that can do some great work with us, emphasizing the need for passionate individuals who are interested in joining our ranks to become probation officers, juvenile correctional officers, victim witness advocates, or any of our support staff positions. And what we've done, we have some promotional videos that we put together. I'm going to ask Yusel to show us real quick. We've got about a minute of a video that I'd like you to take a look at some of the work that working along with Joshua Dean and with Sonia Dosti, their help putting together a video. It talks about, it describes the work that we do in a really meaningful way. And so I want to say thank you to you, Sales Zalapa, for putting those, the edits together. But, you know, the probation department is a connector of services within the, within the justice system, but also outside of the justice system as well, in order to meet the ongoing needs of the folks that we serve. Our probation officers, our juvenile correctional officers, our victim witness advocates really work hard within our community to make sure that all of our needs of the folks that we serve, both those that are under supervision and especially victims of crime, are well taken care of in our county. And I can't say enough for the work, and this is just a small sampling of the folks that work for us in our department. I've been the chief for a little bit over 5 years now, and I can tell you that this department is second to none in the state of California. And when I talk about probation departments in the state of California, there are no better ones than the state of California when it comes to the probation profession. And because we are trendsetters, we are best practices practitioners. The work that we do is built on evidence and based on things that we know that make a difference. And so it's all attributable to all the work that these fine folks do. And we're just so appreciative of the time that you've taken today to be able to recognize the work that we do as well. So I want to say thank you.
Chief, you want to tell us how many people you actually have to supervise?
Yeah, right now, combined between adult and juvenile offenders, about 14,000 offenders or clients in Fresno County.
Yeah, these people have a huge job.
We do, and you know, we work with, of course, adults, with youth, of course, youth that are in our care in custody as well. We've got about 100 youth that are in custody at this point. And many of you know that the Department of Juvenile Justice, they closed their doors, which was basically the facilities across the state of California that held the most at risk, the most dangerous young people that the state of California was holding. Juvenile realignment brought all of those young people back to our counties, which was the right thing to do in order for them to have family support and all those kind of things. But I'll tell you, we're going to do a much better job than the state ever did. Some of the things that some of those youth had to deal with at DJJ were unconscionable, never should have happened, and we're going to make sure that we can bring those kids back so that they can have a better opportunity than they ever did at DJJ. So despite some of the flaws in the realignment and how it got actually enacted, our department, along with others, is going to make sure that this transition is going to go well, and it has so far.
And I can't believe you've been here 5 years as chief.
Right? Yeah. And when I started, I had all black hair. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
So did I.
Right? No, but it's been awesome for us to be able to do this work, and again, so thankful to all these folks who are here. And you know, I would have all of them introduce themselves, but I just want to be sensitive to time, just to let you know that we do have a great variety of folks who are here, and every one of them is dedicated to doing the work of the good work of trying to change people's lives. Yeah. And so we're stronger together, and I think my partnership and our partnership with all of our justice partners, with our other departments within Fresno County, with the board, with the CAO's office, we can't do this work in a silo, and so it's important that we continue to do this work all together.
Okay.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, any comments from the public?
Yes, I have one.
Please come forward.
Can I stand here? I talk pretty loud. So I just wanted a question about the two buildings. There was an extension from the probation building that was on Fine to Fine and Yale. It's like split out into two. What's happened there? Is that where they've extended some of the, what you call juvenile versus adult?
Excuse me, ma'am, that's a question during public comment. This is, right now, we're just presenting
I'm
an
sorry.
award. Thank you.
Understood, I apologize.
Yes, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion. Supervisor Mendez? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Please come forward. Can answer a question when you
Thank you, Chief. Congratulations.
You got a great smile. You smiled all the time.
Thank you.
It's important, you know.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Morning. Thank you.
You were looking down too much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 6, clerk.
Item number 6, under Supervisor Magzeg, recognize Dr. Trinidad Solis for her award as Physician of the Year by the National Hispanic Medical Association.
Supervisor Magzeg.
At this time, I'd like to call forward David Lucchini, and I think I saw Joe Prado back there, and any other staff members that you believe need to be up here for this amazing award and accomplishment.
All right. Morning, Board. David Lucchini, Director of Public Health Department. I just want to be on record as saying this is good. DPH has not been great on acknowledging our staff when they're nationally recognized or state recognized, so we're going to do a better job of recognizing. This is one of our first staff that we want to recognize. Dr. Solis came to us during COVID. She was coming from Southern California. She grew up in the Valley, grew up in Selma, and she came back from Southern California during COVID and went into Palmaville's office and said, how can I help? And so that's where she started, just came in and said, I can be here and help you. And she really wanted to give back to her community and all the roots that grew up in this community. So she immediately worked with ag businesses, community-based organizations, and farm labor on COVID screenings, vaccinations, and education. We were one of the first ones, again, to start vaccinations, so a lot of our hard work in that area. So we were very successful, and the state was very interested in all the great work that was being done locally, and a lot of Dr. Solis's work. She has since, with your approval, filled the role of our Deputy Health Officer, a little over a year now. Her efforts in building trust with community members and leaders and inspiring the youth to pursue careers in medicine is greatly needed and appreciated. She's going to be great for bringing in new folks in the medical field. Dr. Solis has a lot of great work ahead of her, and selfishly, hopefully, for the County of Fresno and the Department of Public Health. I know you may get pressure to go somewhere else, but stay with us, hopefully, and do your work here. So I think this is a great honor that she's being honored by the National Hispanic Medical Group. I think it's probably the first time we've had someone from Fresno County get recognized nationally. So this is a great honor. And so I want to thank you, Supervisor Magzeg, and the board for supporting this and for allowing us to hire Dr. Solis. So now Dr. Solis.
So thank you, David, for those kind words, and I want to thank Supervisor Magzeg for sponsoring this resolution, and I want to thank all of the board members for your support. I do also want to share a few more thank yous. I want to thank my family for being here today, and I feel fortunate to be able to work with a great leadership team at the Fresno County Department of Public Health. As David said, I started in 2020, and I wanted to work with the COVID response and really help mitigate COVID in our community. And since then, I've been working on other public health issues. As a daughter of migrant farm workers that grew up in Selma, it's really an honor for me to be able to give back to the community where I was born and raised. And so I look forward to working with all of you on future public health issues. Thank you.
Do we have any comments from the board?
Thank you, Supervisor Magzeg, for recognizing Dr. Solis. Dr. Solis, did you graduate Selma High?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
And
Proud bear.
And did you also, were you born in Selma Hospital?
I was.
Fantastic. We have that in common.
Oh.
apart from that, you've been very successful, so you can represent Selma well. So we do appreciate all of your hard work, and thank you for coming and choosing Fresno County to give back to Selma and the other citizens of Fresno County. We really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Solis, I'll just say, on behalf of all the residents of the West Side, we appreciate everything you did during the pandemic, from the ag community, the farmers, the farm workers. Again, through your efforts, we were one of the first in the state to start the vaccination for our farm working community and allowed to keep food on the table for everyone else in the country through your efforts, and greatly appreciate that. And I'm glad Selma has someone they can be proud of. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's okay, I was thinking the same thing.
Dr. Solis, thank you for your leadership during the pandemic, and hopefully you'll stay with us for a long career of service. We want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Supervisor?
I'm reminded that organizations are only as good as the employees that make them up. And so I'm glad that you sought out Fresno County. We are always in need of the best and the brightest, and you clearly are that, and so we are lucky to have you. And I also would echo the chairman's comments. We hope you choose to make a long career here at Fresno County. And so with this, I have a resolution, and I'm just going to read the last sentence, which says, "Now therefore be it resolved that the Fresno County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes Dr. Trinidad Solis for her work in public health and her award as Physician of the Year by the National Hispanic Medical Association." Congratulations, and I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution.
Mr. Chairman, this would be a good time to go out to the public.
Yes. Is there any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none. Dr. Solis, one final comment is that we always talk about individuals that grew up here in Fresno County or in the Valley and left to further their careers and everything. And we want to thank you especially for that, because you came back home. And that's very meaningful to all of us. So we want to thank you.
Yeah, thank all of you.
Yes. Any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and we have a second to approve the item. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please come forward.
Your whole family.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Good job. Thank you. All right. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Good morning. Pleasure to meet you. Good morning.
You
How
must
are
be
you?
related.
Good to meet you.
Same smile.
Good morning. How are you? Hi.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Good job. Yeah, Selma Bears, exactly. Great job, David.
Very nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah, he's got to keep on it.
You're so
Thank you.
cute.
Beres, how are you?
Good, Joe. Good to see you.
LL.
We now move to item number 7. Under Supervisor Magsafe, receive verbal presentation by the California Insurance Commissioner on the Commission's enactment of legislation to address insurance premiums and policy cancellations in fire-prone areas, and legislation that would require insurance companies to consider the mitigation efforts of homeowners to reduce their fire risk.
Supervisor Magsafe.
Yes, here with us from the Insurance Commissioner's Office is Richie Seovang, and I just want to thank the Insurance Commissioner for allowing Richie to be with us today. And what kind of prompted this discussion is, you may recall, Board, a few months ago, this board passed a resolution just recognizing the challenges that many of our homeowners are facing here in Fresno County, being able to get affordable fire insurance. And out of that prompted some communications with the Insurance Commissioner's Office, as well as Governor's Office and the legislature. And Richie wanted to come out today and just speak with our board a little bit, and also share with the public some things that the Insurance Commissioner's Office is doing and maybe more things that Fresno County can do to try to help provide relief to our citizenry. So with that, Richie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Supervisor Magzig. Good morning, Board. My name is Richie Saivong, and I'm with the California Department of Insurance. Can we have my PowerPoint pulled up as well, please? Again, good morning. So I come from the Community Relations Outreach Branch. I serve as the liaison for the Central Valley, the Central Coast, and as well as the Mariposa all the way down to Mono Inyo counties. So let me get started real quick about what the department is doing. Yep. Okay, so let me go over real quick about what the role of the insurance commissioner is. So our duly elected insurance commissioner is Ricardo Lara currently. So what the Department of Insurance does, we're here to protect consumers from fraud and abuse from insurance companies. We regulate all the insurance companies, so from life, home, fire, auto, everything under the sun. We're here to make sure that those insurers are staying solvent, meaning when you file a claim, they have the money to pay you out. We do set the standards for agents and broker licensing. We do perform market conduct reviews of insurance companies, meaning public input on insurance companies are always taken care of by our department. We resolve consumer complaints, and we have a whole branch that investigates and prosecutes insurance fraud. And the big thing that we have to mention here is the insurance commissioner cannot require or compel insurance companies to sell insurance to a certain community or area. So a little bit about what the department's been doing. We've met with more than 150,000 people throughout the state, held over 875 events in all counties throughout the state to hear from survivors of wildfires throughout the state. And a big thing that we noticed is that, you know, it's not just a Northern California thing, it's a whole statewide issue. So a quick progress report as well. What the commissioner has done since he's stepped into office is we've removed the barriers to allow wildfire survivors to receive critical insurance benefits such as coverage for evacuation expenses, extensions to additional living expenses, created disclosures, and coverage to meet upgraded building codes. The commissioner really pushed a one-year moratorium for non-renewals, which held more than 4 million policyholders throughout the state, and increased non-renewal notice from 45 days to 75 days, giving consumers more time to find insurance following a non-renewal. The commissioner also worked to improve the FAIR Plan. As you know, the FAIR Plan is not really all that fair. It's one of the insurers of last resort. What I do have to mention is the FAIR Plan is established by statute, meaning all insurance companies that do business here in California are required to work with the FAIR Plan to provide that policy. So when the commissioner came in, he asked the FAIR Plan to provide a more comprehensive HO3 policy. The FAIR Plan did sue the Department of Insurance, and the Department of Insurance won. The judge is holding that, the commissioner's authority, and the FAIR Plan keeps going back and forth with us. We did also hold a investigatory hearing on July 13th on the FAIR Plan and how it can better serve homeowners and commercial consumers. And of course, the commissioner increased commercial coverage to $20 million, which hasn't been increased in decades. With continued engagement with local, county, and state officials, along with consumer groups, businesses, and the insurance industry, we are able to do more to help consumers when it comes to shopping for the FAIR Plan. The department is also available to review specific HOA matters and with legal representatives. So one of the things the commissioner did, as well as in response to the wildfires, he gathered the organizations that the governor has, so Cal OES, CAL FIRE, Office of Planning and Research, to develop a framework that we call Safer from Wildfires. So Safer from Wildfires is the first of its kind framework in the United States that helps insurance companies understand that mitigation efforts are on a community-wide aspect. So let me begin. So Safer from Wildfires is 1, 2, 3, kind of very simple, but let me go over a little bit in detail. So step 1 is to protect your home or business by installing a Class A rated fire roof, a 5-foot resistant ember zone around the house, non-combustible 6 inches at the bottom of each wall, ember-resistant and fire-resistant vents, and double-pane windows or added shutters and enclosed eaves. So the next step would be to protect the immediate surroundings, so clearing vegetation and debris from under decks, moving sheds and other outbuildings at least 30 feet away, trim trees, and remove brush in compliance with state and local defensible space laws. And last but not least, protect the whole community. Neighborhoods can form a fire-wise community. Cities, counties, and local districts can become certified as a fire risk reduction community. A big thing that is also new to Fresno County, I work with the Highway 168 Fire Safe Council, the Oak to Timberline Fire Safe Council, as well as the Creek Fire Recovery Collaborative. Sierra RCD, Resource Conservation District, has done tremendous work to help mitigate these communities and really help them learn their risk scores when it comes to wildfire risk. So here's a quick summary of exactly what I just went over, but I will definitely dive more shortly into some more information. So CAL FIRE's Office of State Fire Marshal's new Community Wildfire Preparedness and Mitigation Division works to assist local communities in receiving this designation of being fire-wise or fire-safe. I suspect we do have a few members in the audience today that are probably from these organizations, and we do have more information of that available. So currently, some insurers are offering discounts for both community mitigation and property parcel mitigation. Others are only offering discounts for community mitigation, and yet others for only parcel property mitigation. So we do not yet know what these discounts will look like until these insurance companies do submit their new rates for the Department of Insurance for approval. We do have a list available on our website as well, and I will provide that over to the supervisors to provide that. Along with discounts, the commissioner put in new regulations for the insurance companies to recognize your mitigation efforts. So we do require insurance companies to provide discounts to homeowners and businesses for hardening their homes, provide consumers with transparency about their wildfire risk score that they assign to each property, and we give the consumers the right to appeal. Because of many times when insurance companies just send you a wildfire risk score, they don't explain in depth what goes into it. And in many cases, people will just take it and toss it out and contact a new agent. I'm pretty sure that's common. So whenever you do receive a wildfire risk score determination, these must be provided to you when you apply for a new policy within 15 days, before you renew a policy, and before you're non-renewed, and when you complete mitigation on your property and request a revised score. By having the right of appeal, it is giving back power to the consumers, and if you are not satisfied with the response, the Department of Insurance is here to assist you with that. So this regulation includes both residential and commercial insurance lines. The property and individual buildings within an HOA will need to be recognized for the mandatory property level mitigation factors listed in the regulations, such as clearing vegetation, Class A rated fire roof, and other factors specified in the regulation in order to qualify for a discount. So the insurance companies, we did have them file for their new rate submittings. The department is currently reviewing those rate filings and seeing how they are incorporating these new regulations. And currently our website does show which companies are offering discounts. And our public hearing, which made these regulations come into place, were approved by October 14th. So the framework is working. So premium discounts are now available for 2 out of 5 every consumers, with up to 20% discounts for wildfire hardening homes, 6 times the increase in 2019. So Safer from Wildfires is accepted by all insurance companies to offer discounts for this mitigation, and of course check our website. A little quick information about my branch. So I serve as your outreach analyst, your liaison. So if there's ever any questions with any consumers or constituents in your districts, please feel free to reach out to me. We are here to engage and work with local communities. I myself am born and raised in Fresno County, in Fresno, and Fresno State graduate as well. And since 2019, we have met with more than 150,000 people, with more than, honestly, we did 600 events last year with a team of only 12 of us throughout the whole state. There's also some information here about support letters and federal and state grant programs that are available for fire resilience and prevention. So the California Grants Portal. And then this will conclude my presentation. Are there any questions from the board? I know there were questions submitted, sir.
Yeah, thank you for being here today, and I just have some brief questions. I know that you indicated that there's a lot of work being done by the Insurance Commissioner's Office. Insurance companies out there are providing some discounts for individuals that live in the mountain communities that do some of the home hardening or are part of fire safe councils and the like. But you know, recently we've seen two major insurers, one of them being State Farm, kind of not writing new policies and indicating they want to pull out of the state of California. And there was another one, I forget the name, and I don't want to state the wrong one. And so a lot of the residents here in Fresno County, their only option really is the FAIR Plan. So all that being the case, what's being done to, what I'm hearing is one of the issues here in California is there's been huge losses from fire, other catastrophic events, and so insurance companies have really taken a hit here, whether it be from fires started by utility companies, natural events like lightning, but reinsurance is a big deal, and a lot of insurance companies, they look at risk in general. And so is the state of California, is the Insurance Commissioner's Office looking at maybe creating a pool of funds where they can create less risk for insurance companies to write policies because there's reinsurance that maybe is sponsored by the state?
So yes, Supervisor Magzik, yes. So with the work that the commissioner is doing through the Safer from Wildfires framework, the biggest thing that insurance companies, of course, as you stated, they're taking a risk. So what our framework is doing is helping reduce those risks on a community level as more communities work together to mitigate their homes and mitigate their community. Understand in Fresno County, we do have a lot of elderly folks that do live in the mountains that are low income or on fixed income. And with the work that many of the community-based organizations that we have mentioned, yes, we're looking to see that, you know, with this framework, we're going to have insurance companies start to compete for more business. So a lesser known thing about the FAIR Plan itself, they do have a clearinghouse to help consumers get off the FAIR Plan and offer them a lower rate with a different company. So with the FAIR Plan, you know, you'll have Foremost, you'll have Farmers, State Farm, et cetera. So with all those companies, insurers working together on the FAIR Plan, though they don't really want to, they are looking to clear out as many FAIR Plan policies so that consumers can have better business and a better policy written, because as I've met with many consumers throughout the state, a lot of people have been faced with, you know, I don't want the FAIR Plan, but, you know, I want to insure my home. That's a common case. A lot of people would rather not have their homes insured and, you know, lose it in a fire because they have other resources available. That is what I've met with or asked with recently with the Oakland Timberline Fire Safe Council. So.
I thought that was a yes or no answer.
Oh.
Question? No.
But yes, the commissioner is working and trying to.
The question to death.
Yes. But yes, the commissioner is working to keep these insurance companies here in California. No one is leaving. We are, you know, throughout the country, you know, Texas, Florida, you're seeing insurance companies leave there. But California is the largest insurance marketplace in the United States. It would be reckless for many insurance companies to leave this state because, you know, we have a lot of good people here in California.
I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Okay. Any comments from the public? Okay. As this item is a presentation, no motion is required. And at this time, before we move on to number 8, I would like to deviate from the agenda for a special public presentation, and for that I'd like to turn it over to Supervisor Pacheco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our midst today, we have one of our honorable elected officials. Joining us is newly elected Assembly Member Esmeralda Soria of District 27. She represents the western part of the county, which is mostly Supervisor Mendez and I, in addition to all of Madera County and Merced County. While she was just sworn in, Madera Hospital closes. Just after that, it starts to rain and doesn't stop. So she's tackled these challenges head-on in a short period of time, and in just 7 months on the job, she secured millions of dollars for our county. And just to name a few, in the recently passed budget, she secured $8 million for a community center in the city of Mendota, $3 million for a police station in the city of Kerman, and $3 million for the unincorporated community of Tranquility to repair their roads. And they have 12 roads in that community. They haven't been touched in decades until last year when the county did the first one. And I can tell you it's $1 million per road. So what we were going to take maybe a decade to complete, with her help, we're now going to get done in a 5 to 6 year period. So it's my honor to introduce our newly elected Assembly Member Esmeralda Soria, and welcome to our chambers today.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Supervisor Pacheco, for the introduction. Good morning, Board Chairman and Board members or Supervisors. It is great to be here with you this morning, as mentioned by the Supervisor Pacheco, as your newly elected Assemblywoman representing District 27. And wow, I will say it's been a busy 7 months. And so I'm glad to be here. This is my first time in this capacity, and I hope that it's not my last, that I continue to give you guys continuous updates on the work that we are doing on behalf of all of you and the residents that we both represent that overlap in my district and in the region. Because I do, even though I represent 3 counties, very particular communities in the boundary lines of District 27, at the end of the day, represent this region, and I'm a voice for the Central Valley as someone that was born and raised in this valley. I want to say that I value the relationships that we've had. You know, I worked across the street as a councilwoman, partnering up with many of you, served with Supervisor Brandau in his previous role also as a council member. So happy to be here and just to share additional wins that we've had. Our valley, our region, has experienced significant and extraordinary challenges during the last 7 months, as mentioned. One in particular, even though it's across the county boundary lines in Madera, we're being impacted by the closure of the Madera Hospital. Valley Children's Hospital is being impacted, St. Agnes, community medical, because now we're seeing increased numbers in the emergency room. And so day 15 of me being sworn in, we got the news, and I will tell you that I rolled up my sleeves to work hard on behalf of the Valley to ensure that everyone has access to emergency care in our community. And the road is going to be a little long, but I'm not giving up. It continues to be my top priority. But I will say that we got the attention of the governor, we got the attention of the state legislators, and in the former budget and this current budget that we just passed, there are $300 million that we were able to put together for a hospital distressed hospital loan program that I created through my first bill that was signed in the first 150 days that I was in office. Again, speaking to the critical need that we have here in the Valley. And so I'm working every single day with my counterpart, Senator Ana Caballero, to make sure that we reopen Madera Community Hospital, because it's impacting Fresno County and the residents that are also having to wait in line to be seen at the emergency room. Also, another big win that we saw and that was highlighted by through press a few weeks ago was the $250 million for the city of Fresno. That was really a team effort to get that done and to get the attention of the governor, working in collaboration with Senator Caballero and Assemblymember Joaquin Arambula to make sure that the investment and infrastructure in downtown happens so that we continue to build housing in the downtown area. That has been a long time journey for many of us that have been here working on that issue, and so that is really going to be an opportunity for us to revitalize and continue those efforts to revitalize downtown and add more housing units, which we know we desperately need here in our community. I will also say that I was able to successfully bring $50 million specifically to my district in Assembly District 27 for Fresno County. Supervisor Pacheco did mention, super excited just to be able to share the news as he outlined for the communities of Kerman and the communities of Mendota for a long time they've been advocating for a new, just a community center where seniors, especially right now during these extreme weather days, they can actually go and cool off and get a warm meal. And I know that after the construction of this community center, that's what they're going to do, because that's what they've been wanting this community center for. The city of Kerman, a police station, I toured their evidence room, and I will tell you, I was concerned as to where they're keeping their evidence at the moment just because of the current conditions. And so I'm happy that the state recognized and approved our request for $3 million to be able to build this necessary and much-needed public safety center in the city of Kerman. And infrastructure, we know that it's so critical in our community, especially in the rural communities. I understand your guys' budget constraints, and we only get so much with SB1 and the gas tax dollars. And so there has to be something done aside from these one-offs. And so even though today we celebrate that we were able to secure $3 million for the community of Tranquility that wouldn't have otherwise seen this money in the next, over the next decade, that we need to continue to do more to invest in rural communities, those that are disadvantaged, and counties like ours that don't have the sources of revenues that other big urban cities and big urban counties do. So that is my commitment. But again, this is just a snapshot of the work that we've been doing for the first 7 months. We hit the ground running, and that is the work that we will continue to do to push and to demand that we continue to receive the resources necessary so that the folks that live here in our county have the quality of life that they deserve. Lastly, I just want to also highlight some legislation that we are pushing through and is moving swiftly through the legislative process. One of them that hasn't got much attention, but actually is very critical. We saw a very wet year this year, but the fact is that the state has failed to build enough places to store water. And so what we're doing is AB 830, which is the FloodMAR bill that we have. This will streamline the FloodMAR projects and also groundwater permitting process right now that exists, especially one of the challenges dealing with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, as you guys probably are familiar, very difficult, but we are streamlining the process to ensure that in years like this, we can actually take these extra floodwaters and recharge the aquifer, because we know that the state of California has demanded of our communities to recharge the aquifer through the SIGMA policy. And so this is going to be a tool in our toolbox up and down the state, especially in the valley, so that we can take that water and be able to store it below ground, which will also impact and help address some of the water quality issues in the long run. And so very proud of that bill that is now in the Senate Appropriations, and we're hoping to get it to the governor's desk for his signature. Also, just lastly, I know that I've shared this with Supervisor Pacheco, and I want to thank you and your staff and other folks, the CAO, for meeting with us and giving us a little bit more of a picture in terms of your budget and what you guys are dealing with. I mentioned to you that I've been very supportive of AB 1672, which is legislation that will allow our in-home supportive workers to negotiate statewide. For me, it's been no secret. I've been before you guys previously in years past that fair wages for these in-home supportive workers is something very personal to me. Many of you have heard my personal story about my family having to care for my mother, who at the young age of 55 was diagnosed with early onset of dementia. Fast forward in 2019, my father, who very proudly came to this country to work, started as a farm worker, went on to work at a packing house, had to quit his job at the early age, at 60 years of age, because my mother needed 24/7 care. My father did not have a pension, unfortunately, is reliant on the healthcare services provided by our state and our counties, and on the small wages that he received as a caretaker for my mother.
And so there are families across this state of California that are like my father and like my mother, struggling, needing the care 24/7. And this program provides a great safety net for families. Plus, it brings dollars federally and state to our local community so these families can attempt to survive. But I know that we have a challenge up in front of us, and that I'm committed to making sure that at the state level, we find solutions to address the challenges that we have. We have a growing and aging population in our local community, and I understand that, and I want to make sure that we work together to ensure that the families that live here in this county that are so reliant on this important program are able to benefit and are able to not just survive, but that they're able to thrive with the ability to care for their loved ones or care for someone else's loved ones, because that's what this program does for our local families. And so I'm very passionate about this issue, and I just wanted to make a statement. That's why I'm supportive of this statewide negotiation process. But I also believe that the state of California needs to do more to help rural communities where there is additional poverty in comparison to the rest of the state. And so with that, I just want to close and say thank you for the opportunity to present on the work that we've been doing for the last several months, and look forward to continue working with you guys and identifying other projects and other policy changes that we can work on together for the benefit of this, not just the county, but our entire region, which is a big region and a big agricultural region. Lastly, I forgot. I was recently appointed as the Ag Committee Chairwoman, which I'm very proud as a daughter of farm workers and someone that supports our agricultural community, knowing that it is one of the biggest industries and drivers behind our local economy. Looking forward to working with you all to ensure that we support our ag community and ensure also that our workers are taken care of, especially right now in extreme weather days where there's heat exhaustion and other issues that come about. But thank you again for the opportunity, and look forward to continuing the work together so that we get the resources we deserve. Thank you.
Okay. More? Steve?
Yeah. Assembly Member Soria, can you stay there for a second? I actually have a question.
Okay.
Good to see you. It's been a while. I appreciate the work illustrated by Supervisor Pacheco. I did take a meeting with SEIU here about a week ago, some of the local leadership. And although we're in contract negotiations, we have to avoid any of those talks, right? Mm-hmm. But we did talk about AB 1672, and I was kind of shocked to learn from them, their leadership, that it's more like a 2.5-year process from this point, which would, by the way, cause us, it would not affect the negotiations that we're in right now. It would not help. We need help. Both sides need help. So it would really not impact the current negotiations that we're in now. Do you see any way to move that forward in a timeline that it could bring much more help to that issue? Because I think everybody in their heart believes that these folks need to be paid more. The problem is limited resources, which you talked about in your speech. Is there any way to fast track AB 1672 in your opinion?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think what the legislature and the author of the legislation, because I'm simply a co-author, is attempting to do is give enough time to be able to implement the program statewide. And so that's, I think, why that time is needed. I can check back and see if there's any possible way to try to shorten up that timeline, but that is a good question.
Thank you.
As a follow-up on that, so I believe the IHSS program here in Fresno County, when you take a look at the support we get, federal support, state support, and then the money that the county puts into it, I think this last year we authorized 35 million hours of IHSS support, which amounts to about $600 million. So it is just by the sheer magnitude of resources that go to that program, it kind of demonstrates the significance of it. And I want to say right now we've got somewhere around 20,000 IHSS workers just here in Fresno County alone. So as we look at all these issues, there's something called the maintenance of effort and agreements that were put into place, I believe, by Governor Brown. And one of the things that's very important is to make sure that those percentages, those maintenance of efforts are not tweaked too much, because even though Fresno County's share, which comes out of our discretionary revenue, I believe is right around 7 or 8%, if for some reason every percentage point that they increase, that is millions upon millions of dollars in revenues that sometimes are one-time revenues for us. So I appreciate your work, and to the extent that the state can recognize that and hopefully one day pass 1672 and deal with the negotiations at the state level, that would be a tremendous help to Fresno County.
Yeah, thank you for that. And actually, in the meeting that we took a couple days ago, I learned a lot in terms of the formulas and how the funding comes to the county and the share and so forth. And so I'm going to go back and try to figure out if there are other ways. Obviously, the piece of legislation, there's no guarantee that it will get signed, but it is moving forward in the process. So we can't, I can't assure you that it will get signed by the governor either, but we will continue to work on the issue and then figure out, right, how we address some of the challenges that counties like ours have when there's a commitment to ensure that folks are paid fairly? And is there opportunities for counties like us to deal with a different type of formula? Because what we tend to do in Sacramento is a one-size-fits-all. And we know that that's not always a good thing, because communities are very different. We're very different than in the Bay Area, where they are financially doing better, or families are doing better and can afford maybe, additional resources for this area. So.
Supervisor Mendez?
Yeah, I'm going to not get into the technical deal. I just want to thank you. You got more accomplished in the last 7 months than a lot of your predecessors, a lot of other people in the assembly. So if you keep that up, you're going to be probably one of the most impressive assembly persons that we ever had here, and I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Assembly member, belated congratulations on your election, and also thanking you for the update. Also congratulating you on your recent committee appointments, which I know are really going to be very helpful for our area. And just thank you for all your hard work to date. Thank you so much.
And Esmeralda, if I could just close. We've not had a dialogue like this with our previously elected assembly members that Supervisor Mendez said. Normally, we get in the hall and we get yelled at. But it's nice to have an open dialogue and to have somebody working with us instead of against us. And again, as Supervisor Mendez said, what you've accomplished in the first 7 months is simply remarkable. The only issue with that is you've set the bar pretty high now. So in the next budget, if we continue to have days like today, we'll need a line item for a bigger chamber. Be looking for that. And
locations throughout California.
That's the extent of your report?
We're available to answer any questions that you or the public may have, which is the purpose of this, and I can go into more detail if needed.
Okay, do we have any comments from the board? Comments or questions? Seeing none, any comments from the public?
Oh, we have someone.
Yes, we have two. Please come forward. Now, this
It's
is for
green.
issue agenda item number 9, please.
Sign is, yeah.
We're on.
All right.
We have mics.
Now it's working now. And you have 3 minutes, clerk, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Hello, greetings to the Board of Supervisors. I'm Sandra Isle. I'm a member of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. We have a Fresno branch here that has been around more than 50 years. Our international organization is over 100 years old. We promote, obviously, peace and freedom and peaceful resolution to conflicts. We do not support the militarization of the police force. We don't want tanks on our streets. And so I urge the Board of Supervisors not to accept military weapons to be used in our community. It's just outrageous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Emily Brandt, and I just would like to have a better understanding of what kind of equipment you are talking about. I don't think it includes tanks. Thank you.
Okay. That's fine. What was that, Supervisor?
Public comment, not public question and answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. I thought it might be beneficial for us to have a better understanding. And since he offered to give further clarity, I thought that might be a possibility. I think most people would benefit from having a clearer understanding of what this involves. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any other comments from the public? With that, I will entertain a motion and a second to approve the item.
I'll make that motion. And just for further clarity, I know with state legislation that recently passed, there are times where the military does offer up equipment. I think about the Bearcat that the city of Clovis has, which is not a tank, but it is an armored vehicle. And sometimes when you have suspects that have high caliber weapons, the Bearcat offers more protection to our law enforcement officers. And I know law enforcement is always interested in de-escalating situations, but more and more situations that we're seeing throughout Fresno County, people are using higher calibered weapons. So for me, this is an opportunity for us to create a policy so we're in alignment with what the state wants. But two, when it comes to law enforcement, their goal is to de-escalate every situation. So for that reason, I can be very supportive of this policy.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
We now move to item number 10, Internal Services. Approve and accept the assignment of lease agreement number 17-645 with Pontiac 3 and 5 LLC to its successor entity, Pontiac 4 LLC.
Mr. Bash.
Good morning. My name is Chris Jones, Principal Staff Analyst with Internal Services. Today we have 3 action items before you. The first of which will accept the assignment of lease agreement number 17-645 to the successor entity, Building 4 LLC. The second approval of the second action item will amend the lease to add a purchase option for $15.7 million. Remove the non-funding termination language from the agreement and agree to initiate rent as of September 1st. Action item number 3 has been included as an option should your board decide not to move forward with the previous 2 items. And that item will authorize the CAO to terminate the lease pursuant to the terms of the lease. as there are no third-party funds available. We are available for any questions or comments you may have.
Okay, any comments from the board? Supervisor Magzik.
Yeah, and so I know you said third-party funds, and so I think you mean programs out there that have subventive funds that come from the state or federal government. So the campus that's been built out there is absolutely beautiful, and for me, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to acquire the building at some point in the future. So very supportive of this particular item, and I appreciate staff's work on this, so thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Okay. Seeing none, any comments from the public? Okay. With that, I'll entertain a motion in a second.
Quintero, I'd like to just make a comment. I was waiting to hear if there were going to be any public comments. But I think this is a good deal for Fresno County. This lease purchase option would give us ability to take even more of our departments to a thriving campus where we've got them spread throughout the city. And I think financially, it's a better deal than some of the leases that we're currently in, that these departments that could hypothetically move to this part of our city, our county. So I think it's a good deal for Fresno County. Certainly, if we purchase the building, we'll have ownership of that building at some point in time, which would bring great value to the taxpayers of Fresno County. So I do support this item. And I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to be precise about, because there's three items and they're sort of in the alternative. If you can correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor, but I believe your motion would be to approve recommended actions 1 and 2 and not 3.
Thank you for clarifying that, exactly what I was talking about.
Okay, then it's motion to support items 1 and 2, correct?
Yes, and not 3.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
We now move to item number 11, Public Works and Planning, accept Department's Fresno County guidance document for unincorporated community plans, providing, among other things, format and content guidelines for preparation of updated and new unincorporated community plans by staff with county unincorporated community plans.
Good morning. I'm Yvette Quiroga, Principal Planner at the Department of Public Works and Planning. Approval of the recommended actions will create a guidance document for the county's unincorporated community plans and prioritization criteria. Additionally, based on the prioritization criteria, staff has recommended that your board approve the recommended community plan update priority order for future updating of Fresno County unincorporated community plans. The community plans are part of the general plan and reflects a particular geographical area in the county. The county has 31 adopted community plans, which include 10 unincorporated community plans, 13 incorporated community plans, and 8 Fresno and Clovis area community plans. Today's recommended actions are consistent with the implementation of the county's general plan. The intent of the guidance document is to provide guidance for updating existing community plans, establishing criteria for creating new community plans, and establishing a format for the updating unincorporated community plans to ensure consistency throughout the general plan. The prioritization criteria is the tool focused on factors that have most significant impact on sustainable growth of the county's unincorporated communities. It also allows the county to establish prioritization lists for staff to utilize for updating of the various community plans. The prioritization criteria includes the following categories: general plan consistency, community interest, housing priorities, service provisions and investment, special districts, and environmental justice. The guidance document and prioritization criteria were released to the public for comments on August 19th through September 30th, 2022, and a virtual meeting was held on September 8th. Based on the prioritization criteria, department staff scored the 10 existing unincorporated community plans and ranked Del Rey, Riverdale, and Biola as first, second, and third, respectively. The county was awarded funds from the state to update one community plan, which will commence upon your board provides direction through this action. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Magzik.
So I do have a couple of comments, and I know that we have many unincorporated communities throughout Fresno County, and but not all of them have community plans. But of the 10 that are listed, I know that the priorities are being given to the first 3, Del Rey, Riverdale, and Biola, to focus on those first. Shaver is number 7. With the grant funds we received, there was specific criteria to help us rank which communities we should focus on, and that's where the scoring criteria came from, correct?
No, the staff with the consultant created the scoring criteria, so your board is welcome to change that if you'd like.
I'm glad that you clarified that, because one thing, I have no problem with the top 3 being focused on first being there, but I would like to Shaver Lake, because of the creek fire and the impact around that community, to the extent that we can continue to look at it for a number of reasons. Not only creek fire, but also right now more and more people are recreating around the Shaver Lake area, parking facilities, bathroom facilities, and Southern California Edison is in the process of master planning and opening up more areas around the lake to individuals who want to come up. We've seen impact to a lot of our roadways, not only 168 going up there, but a lot of county-maintained roadways that just through the storms that have been impacted by it. So, you know, for me, I would like to see the Shaver area being given some additional consideration sooner. And I'm not willing to change staff's recommendation today, but I wanted to put that out there publicly because it is a concern that I have.
Understood.
Hang on, how many unincorporated communities do we have?
How many unincorporated communities? Well, we have your definition of a community.
Yeah.
That could be the question, the task.
How many do we count as unincorporated communities? Well, here's
over-
Bernard's coming up here.
Supervisor, we have 10 unincorporated communities, but we also have specific plans and regional plans as well. And then we have the unincorporated communities that are within the city spheres of influence. So in total, we have 31 community-specific and regional plans.
Right, so it's pretty big just to be even beyond this list.
That is absolutely correct. The thought process here was to focus on the unincorporated communities, all of which are disadvantaged communities, environmental justice communities. So that was the thought process.
Okay. I just wanted to make that a point. That be on the list is already a big deal.
Yes, there are also rural settlements that are smaller communities.
Right.
But that's ours, yeah.
Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Branda?
Sure. I'm looking at this list that Supervisor Magsik's talked about, and second and third are really the same score. So is it a tie there?
It is a tie, and then when there is a tie, we had a tiebreaker based on the age of their last adoption, their community plan. So that's one of the reasons why we didn't look at age particularly. They're all very similar in age, and then that would be used as the tiebreaker.
Okay.
All right.
No other questions or comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Please come forward.
Good morning once again, Board. I am Emily Brandt. I am a resident of the Fresno County Unincorporated Community, which is about 2 miles from the city of Fresno border. But in our particular area, I would like to express a concern about violations of zoning. As you go forward in thinking about your plans, we're having a tremendous proliferation of illegal trucking yards in residentially zoned areas within just feet of our houses. And my area, which is West McKinley, is particularly the heart of about 15, 16 of these. I've been working with a few departments within the county. They've been very responsive in terms of citing and notifying code enforcement and sending people out to view the site that's right across from my house, for example. It's within the very close proximity of the Tilley School. I've notified, the county requested that I notify the Air Resources Board, which I did, and they are looking into some of these properties. The problem is, as with Royalty Freight, which is right near Brawley, they will start operation and just continue. They pay their fines, but they're right next to children, families, schools. They operate with impunity. So I, as a community member, would like to know what I can do to support the county as they try to mitigate these serious problems. Calenviro screen shows my area 90% pollution burdened. We really can't afford to have further pollution burden. And I don't know that the environmental justice laws actually give much teeth to stopping these kinds of operations. So I want to express my particular thanks to Brian Pacheco's office, which has been very, very helpful and responsive on this matter. Thank you.
I was going to say, Mrs. Brandt, I completely agree with your comments. I think as a citizen, you're doing everything you can, and we rely on that gentleman in the corner there, County Council, to put the teeth into the ordinance, but is a concern of every member of this board of these illegal operations that are occurring next to homes that you've been there for many generations and have to put up with that. And as a resident of this county, you should not have to do that.
Thank you.
So I completely agree with what you're saying.
I really appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Hello, my name is Mariana Alvarenga, and I'm here with Leadership Council. In 2018, we represented residents in the Comunidades Unidas case in order to get the county to comply with several programs in the housing element. One of these programs is Program 6, where the county commits to annually pursue funding opportunities for community plan updates. I will start by providing comments on the guidance document. The county knows that there are 36 disadvantaged unincorporated communities, but fails to list these communities. The area criteria and general plan refinement questions are subjective and perpetuate a history of discrimination and exclusion from basic services, amenities, and investment. The following is a feedback on the questions and ranking document. The first question is unnecessary because all the plans need to be updated to comply with changing general plan policies. The second question is developer-driven and automatically excludes communities that have historically been overlooked and where there's been a lack of interest by developers to build in these communities. The scoring process fails to acknowledge the county's obligation to adequately plan for all communities, not only communities that score high enough to be considered. We currently only have access to the total score of each community and ask the county to make public the score of each question for each community for a more transparent process. Now that the county has a general plan team, we expect more time, attention, and funding be given to actively update unincorporated community plans. If not, the guidance document will simply be another unenforceable document. In addition to applying for state and federal funding, we urge the county to annually allocate money from the general fund to be able to update all existing unincorporated community plans, at least one plan every 2 years until they are all updated. I want to end with community engagement comments. The county only hosted one virtual meeting to go over the guidance document and failed to create a meaningful process that ensured residents provided feedback. The county needs to include a community engagement section to ensure that there is a community-driven process moving forward, and the priorities of communities are included in updated community plans. In the proposed document, the county fails to describe the process that will be taken to incorporate community feedback. We urge the county to be more intentional about community engagement and explain the ways in which community will be included. The outreach strategy may include, but is not limited to, the following: workshop, community meetings, surveys, and created an advisory committee composed of community residents. Material and meetings should continue to be accessible to non-English speakers. The county has neglected the development of unincorporated communities for far too long, and it is long overdue to address the community's needs through the creation and update of community plans. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Reyna, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Delray Community Service District. We want to thank you guys for helping, to prioritize us as one of the top communities. But with that being said, yes, we did make adjustments to the initial plan that we had submitted, and I understand reasons why. But after we go forward with this part, as long as everything goes through, we would like you guys to still reconsider some of the other expansions that we are asking for in the sphere of influence for Delray. We have been on the back burner for a very long time. There's a very large industrial company that is there, and Fresno County receives quite a bit of property taxes from that. Delray Community Service, on the other hand, for many, many years, has not received our fair portion of property taxes from that industry that is there. Also, it affects our roads. It makes it very dangerous with the truckers that continue to come in, utilizing Delray Street, American Street, Lincoln at times, Jefferson, Bethel, all the surrounding areas in our community. Those roads are being really destroyed by the large amounts of trucks that come in, and you guys seem to receive a great amount of portion of the property taxes for that. When Delray Community Service District is a small community that has not been developed in over 30 years. We've asked many times, and yes, you guys have adjusted and went ahead and expanded a little bit, but not as much as we would have liked, like the other surrounding communities around us. So this is a good start, but please not let us forget that we still have more growth to do. And thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion in a second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 12.
We now move to item number 12, consider petition for partial cancellation of agricultural land conservation contract number 378 filed by Dirk Pruschel Land Development Services Incorporated on behalf of Papaya Farms, a California general partnership to remove 2.51 acre portion of a 29.48 acre parcel from Williamson Act contract to allow 2.51 acres to be created as a separate parcel for residential use.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Will Keller, Public Works and Planning. This item comes to your board as required by process as it is a Williamson Act action with recommendation from the Agricultural Land Conservation Committee. The proposal is for a 2.51 acre parcel for residential use. This is not proposed as a home site exception parcel, which is provided for in our ordinance and general plan. The Williamson Act requirement is for 20 acres in these cases, so cancellation was necessitated. On April 12th of this year, the Agricultural Land Conservation Committee voted to recommend denial of this proposal. As noted in the agenda item, variance number 4108 was approved by the Planning Commission also in April to allow this parcel to be created. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Supervisor Mendez, it's in your district? Oh, I was testing you. Supervisor Pacheco. Okay.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Dirk Puschel, and my business address is 923 Van Ness here in Fresno. The purpose of the creation of this home site is to give the home site to a member of the family who's going to help manage and operate the farm. The residual property has about 190 acres of adjacent lands that is farmed by the same family, and they own over 500 acres in the vicinity. So they significantly represent a strong support for agriculture in this community, and of course would do nothing to harm the Williamson Act or agriculture in the community. The home is there, so there'll be no physical change to the site. No agricultural land is going to be coming out of production. Mr. Bopari's daughter is here, and she has a brief word for the board, and we ask that you approve the cancellation as the commission felt was appropriate.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jasneet Bopari. Growing up, my family had the privilege of having 4 generations living in one household. My great-grandparents, grandparents, parents, and my brother and me. We farm approximately 500 acres, establishing Bopari Farms, where we grow mixed crops of almonds, pistachios, peaches, oranges, lemons, raisin grapes, wine grapes, and cherries in the last 25 years. I graduated from the University of California, Davis with a degree in environmental policy with an emphasis in water management and hydrology, as well as a minor in international agriculture development. With my education and knowledge in the agriculture policies, I moved back home to the San Joaquin Valley to further my lifelong dream of working on our family farm. I'm willing to work hard to have a home that I can call my own. Creating a parcel of my own will allow me to finance my home loan and after financing, own my own home. Being present and living on our family farm will increase productivity and relieve the workload of other family members, not create potential concerns about the incompatibility of a home site. My life has been centered around farming. Therefore, the purpose of the proposed variance is to create a home for me so I may live and work on our family farm. I would not do anything to harm agriculture and particularly not our own farm. I would like to further the Beaupre legacy. I thank you for your consideration of my request.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none.
Okay, then
Supervisor.
she can wait right there.
Yeah.
So staff, I'm a little confused then. She's telling us that we want to cut it out and she's going to maintain that as part of the family farm. Yet you said they didn't apply for the home site exemption. So what's the confusion there? Because if a family member wanted that, I have no issue with that at all. But if we're going to cut it out to sell it, then I have an issue for what the previous speaker just said, because then we're going to sell it to someone in the city. And those of us that farm around there, we're going to have a city person tell us they don't like tractors at night, they don't like all this other stuff, they don't like all the agricultural practices that come along with it. So I have a problem with that. Now, if a family member wants to cut the home out and live there, completely different story, no issue, because what she said is accurate. You cannot get a home loan unless you parcel it out. Otherwise, you have to go to the only bank in the valley, Fresno Madera Farm Credit, because then you have to do it as an entire ag loan. So what's the discrepancy of the two stories here? Because Mr. Push, I believe you misspoke. The Ag Conservation was against this, not in favor of it, and you said they supported it, and they did not. They unanimously denied this.
Yeah, the Planning Commission supported the variance.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, the sale is to Mr. Bopari's daughter.
Of the 30 acres or the 2.5?
Home site. The rest of it remains in Bopari Farms.
Okay.
So the issue has to do with how it's proposed. This home site exception provisions, number one, if it's under Williamson Act, requires 10 acres to be consistent.
Okay.
Number two, if not applied for under the home site exception provisions, which the variance was not, it all depends on how the applicant wants to propose it. Dirk, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I just heard the speaker say that they didn't want the regulations of the home site exception on this parcel.
Yeah, the home site provision allows an applicant, get into some detail here, to state that they want to create this home site, and then over some period of time, then ultimately the county could deem that they have demonstrated that they're not interested in speculating to sell the home. Ms. Bopari wants to buy the home site from the family now, as they're going to take the proceeds from the sale to her to buy the grandparents who live in the home another house.
Okay.
So it's a different.
So you're telling this board that it's your intent that you're going to parcel this out, and you as a family member, it's your intent to live there?
Yes.
Okay, I have no issue then.
Mr. Chairman, I've got, so there's 5 findings that need to be made, and it's my understanding, so the Planning Commission approved this. Did they, but as I read this, finding 2 and finding 3 staff couldn't make, but they were able to make the findings for all the others. So I can look at this and I can make the findings for myself, but can you just state for the record how you believe finding 2 can be made and then finding 3? And finding 2 is that the cancellation is not likely to result in the removal of adjacent lands from agriculture use.
Yes, as you just heard the testimony of Ms. Bopari, it's her intention to integrate her efforts to manage the farm and not sell off any of the other Bopari farm properties that are adjacent to the home site being created. And there is a provision, Supervisor Magsick, as staff has mentioned to you, another methodology which would take years to effectuate the same sale.
And then finding 3 is that the cancellation is for an alternative use that is consistent with the provisions of the county general plan.
That's correct. So if we were to avail ourselves of the process that Mr. Kettler described, we would have been consistent, but that would have taken some years to effectuate. In this particular case, the Bopari family wants to sell the home to Ms. Bopari immediately. So the home site, whether or not it's one process or another, is going to be created. Because, and by the way, the home is already there. We're not trying to carve out 2 acres to build a home. The home is already there. So there'll be no impact whatsoever to agriculture.
Thank you.
Again, as long as it's a family member, I have no issue. But I would not support this if it's the cutout and we're going to sell it to someone from the city that's going to affect our way of life. I would not support that.
Understood.
But if, given your testimony, that's your intent, I'm going to take you for your word.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion to move this item forward and accept the proposal.
Okay, any other comments from the board? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
We now move to item number 13, under Public Works and Planning. Consider appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of unclassified conditional use permit application number 3755-A and 3755-B, proposing to allow an additional 4 years of operating time for an existing aggregate operation processing plant and related uses on a combined 476 acres located at 13475 North Bryant Road. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the next address that's listed on the agenda and your agenda item is incorrect. It reads 147575, but it should be 14765 North Bryant Road. Both sites are located within the AE-20 zone district.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Will Kettler once again. This item comes to your board on appeal as stated of the Planning Commission's approval to allow the continued operation of an existing facility for an additional 4 years to accommodate the processing of a separate action that has been proposed on the same site which has an EIR and a CUP. Planning Commission considered this item on June 8th of this year and voted to approve the proposal. On June 22nd, an appeal was filed by the City of Fresno citing issues related to past CEQA work done on this site and the horizons noted in that CEQA work as far as the longevity of the site. As noted, the proposal is to add life to an existing approved operation. No changes will occur to the hours, noise, truck trips, tonnage, et cetera, for this site. The CEQA approach utilized by the county, which is the 15162, plus the categorical exemptions as well that are cited in the section 15301 and 15061, are commonplace, used, and appropriate in this case where you have an established approved use with an established baseline of operation. If your board moves to deny the appeal and approve the operation as proposed, your board should do so by making a motion in accordance with the recommended actions, noting the need for a determination on the CEQA sections noted in section A and B, as well as the findings related to CUP and the indemnification agreement that's cited as a condition to come back within 45 days with an executed version. If your board cannot find for the project, it should uphold the appeal and deny the project. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Maxey.
So with the existing CUP, there's a site plan that's associated with that, as well as hours of operation, tonnage amounts that can be extracted from the site. When the original EIR was put together and the CUP was approved, there were assumptions that were made about the amount of tonnage of material that was available. And as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, with one of the reasons they're asking for this extension is there still is additional aggregate within the site plan that was identified that is available to be mined using the same practices that were approved previously. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And also looking at this particular site and requests that's being made to extend the CUP, is there any modification to operations at all that you're aware of?
No, sir.
And is the operator that's there now, are they in compliance with their existing CUP?
They are at present, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the board? Okay. I'll now open the hearing to receive public testimony. And the City of Fresno.
Good morning, board members,
Are you-
board supervisors. My name is Cody
Sir.
Hamilton.
Excuse me, Cody,
Excuse us.
are you from the City of Fresno?
Yes, I am.
Representing? Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm from CMEX. I'm sorry.
No, City of Fresno. for the-
Good morning. Jennifer Clark, Planning Director, City of Fresno. Thank you for your time this morning. The City of Fresno has appealed the Planning Commission action to amend unclassified conditional use permit 3093 and related UCUP numbers 367, 2032, 2209, 2241, 2235, and 3063 to extend the operational time limit for the existing aggregate sand and gravel operation, processing plants, and related currently permitted uses for an additional 4 years to extend the expiration date from July 28, 2023 to July 28, 2027. In particular, the City of Fresno finds that the existing EIR is no longer adequate for the proposed project, nor does the city agree that the use of a 153002 finding of exemption for existing facilities is appropriate in this case, as there are insufficient analysis of the use of the Class 1 exemption, and there are exceptions to the exemption, including the additional aggregate impacts to the environment. The city has submitted 2 letters providing a fair argument why the use of the 36-year-old document is not sufficient to support the extension of the use permit and related permits, as substantial changes have occurred with respect to the circumstances under which the project is undertaken. These include, but are not limited to, the application before you for a time extension is beyond 2005, the horizon year anticipated in the 1986 EIR and 1987 supplemental EIR, and the original expiration of the permit. There is a current application in process at the county for a project to continue operations, including the expansion of the project scope and term for an additional 100 years. Relying on the 1986 EIR and 1987 supplemental EIR to extend UCUP 3093 is piecemealing and does not consider the whole of the action as required by Section 15378 of the CEQA guidelines. For a phase development project, even if details about future phases are not known, future phases must be included in a project description if they are a reasonably foreseeable consequence of the initial phase and will significantly change the initial project or its impacts. Since these extensions were not originally evaluated, the use of the prior environmental documents are not valid. The project description from the prior environmental document is not sufficient to be relied upon at this time. It does not accurately describe the operations nor the time frame under which the project would take place. The project description states that the project would operate for 20 years or until 2005. The current extension is beyond that time period by almost an additional 20 years. Significant changes in traffic volumes analyzed in the 1987 supplemental EIR on pages 32 and 33 assume a cumulative year of 2006, which identified average daily trips of 9,770 on Bryant Road south of Willow Avenue. Count data collected by the City of Fresno in 2021 shows an ADT of approximately 64,500 along Bryant Road north of Audubon and north of Champlain Drive to be 22,000 ADT. This is 2.25 to 6.5 times the volumes analyzed. Pedestrian and bicyclist volumes along the Bryant Road corridor have increased due to Woodward Park and the trail facilities in the area. The increased volumes of pedestrian and bicyclists increases the probability of serious and/or fatal collisions. There have been multiple pedestrian and bicyclist fatalities along Bryant Road in the last 5 years. The increase in pedestrian and bicyclist volumes is a substantial change in circumstances and was not addressed in prior environmental documents. Due to these stated reasons, those additional addressed in the 2 prior letters, and other inconsistencies between the operations and the assessed project, the City of Fresno cannot concur that the 1986 EIR and 1987 supplemental EIR are appropriate to extend the UCUP 3093 and related permits at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, with Ms. Clark, since we have her here, I have a couple of questions because I appreciate her being here today as a representative from the city. I do just have a couple of questions. So if you look at the 1986 EIR that was approved for CMEX and the CUP that they're operating under, is the city's position saying that CMEX somehow is actually creating more trips and they're removing more tonnage than what was authorized back in 1986?
So if you look at the original 1986 and 1987 documents, it identifies truck trips and passenger vehicle trips, employee trips, right? And the additionals, there were amendments to the CUP without additional analysis that was provided to the city. So that has expanded from the original approved documents. However, there were additional CUP amendments made by the county to allow that without additional evaluation of that. And additionally, in our opinion, the finding that you can utilize this prior document also requires you to analyze the circumstances, so cumulative, what are other things that are occurring in the area. So to rely upon a document and assuming nothing in the area has changed, I think wouldn't be sufficient in this case. 20 years past the horizon of the planned operation.
I appreciate those observations, and I questioned staff earlier. They indicated that CMEX is still operating within the confines of their approved CUP. Tonnage amounts that were identified in the EIR, those haven't been exceeded, and actually I think an argument could be made that CMEX is doing less than what they're authorized to do on a daily basis as far as tonnage of material is concerned, because there's still material to be mined. And you mentioned 22,000 average daily trips on Friant Road. Would you say it's safe to identify that most of the new trips that are being generated on Friant are coming from the city of Fresno's development and growth?
Without a new trip study, I couldn't tell you where those trips are coming from.
And with the 22,000 average daily trips that were identified, where were those counters placed on Friant Road? Were they placed like out in the community of Friant, which would be outside of your jurisdiction, or were they placed in the city limits?
So those were in 2022, absolutely, or excuse me, 2021. Those were north of, the 22,000 was north of Champlain. In our jurisdiction, the 64,000 was north of Audubon. So yes, it would be great. So again, we would request that there would be additional trip studies done, traffic counts, so that there could be evidence in the record that this is the appropriate document.
And the reason that I'm kind of pointing this out is you've brought up the 22,000 trips on Friant Road that you've identified, but I think it's also safe to state that I know in 1989, I think the population of Fresno was about 379,000. Today, you're right at about 540,000. A lot of your new growth area has been in the north. If you take a look at what's taken place north of Shepherd, along Willow Avenue, on the west side, and then also Copper River, and the hundreds of homes and thousands of people that now live in that incredibly beautiful community. This is important because if you look at a lot of those trips on Friant, since it was brought up, I think it's safe to say that as long as CMEX is operating in alignment with what their EIR stated, the number of trips are identified in the EIR, and they're not exceeding that because staff indicated that they're following their CUP. They're not operating outside of their CUP. So I want to point these things out because they are significant. I'm a cyclist that rides on Friant Avenue, and so I have seen an uptick in traffic as well, but a lot of that traffic is being generated by development. So that's all the questions, and I really appreciate you being here today, Jennifer. Mrs. Clark, thank you.
Any other questions from the board of Ms. Clark? Well, we have to hear from the applicant next.
We're just getting started, Steve.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait until, make my comments until I hear from all parties.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
Yeah, good afternoon, supervisors and chairman. Thank you for hearing this today. My name is Christine Jones, and I am the resources manager for CEMEX. And today we have a team with us to help answer any questions you may have. We have our area manager, Pete LaCastro, who manages this facility, among others. We also have our consultant, John Buata, who is helping us through the county permitting process. And then we have Pat Mitchell, who is our attorney and has a presentation for you today. So thank you again very much, and we do appreciate your consideration.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I have about a 15-minute PowerPoint presentation. I just was noticing this timer was starting at 5 minutes.
Cut it down at about 5 minutes.
Go as fast as I can. Can you, I think it's on the system, Mr. Randall. It was loaded by the clerk earlier. Okay, thank you. We're here requesting a 4-year extension. It was already approved by your planning commission about a month ago, as noted by county staff. Specifically noted by the supervisor and county staff, there's absolutely zero changes to operations or traffic or any other thing regarding the project. We're in the process of doing an environmental impact report on a requested modification, and it won't be done in time for the permit to expire, which, by the way, is 10 days from today. And as noted by the supervisor, there is resource remaining in the area. We employ almost 100 people at the site and have for years. Our objective is to keep them employed and to provide a local source of aggregate for your county and have enough time to finish our pending EIR. Site's been there for over 100 years. Both the plant and the quarry have been there for decades and decades. We also support 133 indirect jobs based on the multiplier effect. When you have employees in your community, they go out and spend money at places, buy lunches, buy fuel, creates other jobs. That's a well-known economic multiplier effect. The aggregate from the sites used all over your county. Here's some examples I'll show you. Wheeling through these slides quickly. Practically every state highway or federal highway in the area is supported from this quarry. Everybody who drove here today drove on roads that this quarry helped build. Assemblywoman who was here earlier talked about multiple construction projects in your county. They all require aggregate to build those. Every single one of them will. These are actual projects built with material from this quarry. Clovis Community Medical Center. These are approved by jurisdictions in your county, of course. Community College in Clovis. Your local baseball field. The Save Mart Center. The Amazon Distribution Center. We either have to mine this stuff locally, or it's going to come from different distances. It's going to increase traffic, and it's going to increase air emissions if you have to haul it in from distant sources in West County or from other counties like Madera. It's been a community partner for that 100 years. They have school kids tours out there regularly and other community interactive events. We're trying to keep 92 people employed and their families' primary breadwinner is employed. The city's approach would have us shut down this site in 10 days, 10 days from today. I work all over the state on mining projects. That's what I do for a living. I've been doing it for 37 years. Many counties don't even require us to file for an extension to a CUP application. They just say if you have a pending expansion application, which we have, you don't even need to file for an extension. So your staff's actually requiring more than many counties. What counties do it the other way? To give you an example, Amador County, Inyo County, Madera County, Merced County, Santa Clara County, and Tulare County I personally worked in, and they don't require an extension application to even be filed when you have a pending modification. So here your staff's actually required us to do more than many counties would even require. We're trying to get it extended. We're in a mineral resource zone. Supervisor noted we've been out there for a long time. We're in a mineral resource zone in your county general plan and in the state regionally significant mineral zone designation. Both those are designated for this site. We think the city has it 100% wrong on the CEQA compliance. They're barking up the wrong tree. This is a CEQA exempt facility under section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines, which is for existing facilities. If you have the operation or permitting of an existing private facility and equipment involving no expansion of use beyond that existing at the time of the lead agency determination, that would be today. It's what's out there today. That's the baseline. That's what they look at. Here we have an existing facility. It's been there for decades, and CEMEX is proposing no expansion of use. Section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines, which is noted in your county staff report and Mr. Kettler's presentation, clearly states that. Excuse me, I went too fast there. Cases in this area, the 5th District Court of Appeal, which has jurisdiction over your county, you probably know their courthouse is a couple blocks from here. They have the leading case on this issue. They say if you're just have a ongoing operation and continuation of past activity, that top bullet item there, that's the baseline. There can't be any cognizable CEQA impact when you're not increased. That's what your own 5th District Court of Appeal says. And if we did get sued and ended up there, they're the ones that are saying that, not me. The North Coast case cited at the bottom there, they permitted a 7-year extension to the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant on a existing facilities exemption for the State Lands Commission leak, a nuclear power plant for 7 years. And that was good enough to use the existing facility exemption. Our request obviously is significantly less than that. The city appealed legally incorrect because they use a false premise. The false premise is the baselines from 20 or 30 years ago. So they get a false conclusion. You got to fix the EIR. The correct premise is the baselines today. What's happening out there today, that's the correct CEQA baseline. If you use that baseline, we're not changing anything. This project CEQA exempt. The case, the North Coast case, that was against the Westland Water District. That's a 5th District Court of Appeal case. They said once the correct baseline in that case was analyzed, it was clear that the petitioners, here that would be the city, had a faulty approach and it was incorrect. Since we're at the Planning Commission, which somewhat ironically the city staff didn't present that, I don't know if you knew that, but that's one of the ironies of this appeal. But anyway, since that time, I've had my associate go find me some other counties who've used this mine exemption for an extension of a mine CUP. Are there any? And this slide wasn't in front of your Planning Commission, but we found 3 quickly. Lake County, San Joaquin County, Placer County, 15-year extensions, 10-year extensions, all based on this exact same 15301 existing facility CEQA exemption for mine use permit extensions. So you're not out there in left field. The city's off base, not the county. The reason we need more time is we need and I'm almost at the end here, we need time to finish the EIR process. We don't have a draft EIR out on the street yet. County staff could easily confirm that. I'm guessing it's probably another 6 months till we get there. So it just takes a while to get through the process. Here's how long it took in recent mining projects, 3 out of 4 in your county, from the time the draft EIR was released to the public, which hasn't happened here yet. 4 years, 1 year, 4 years, 4 years. So the average, obviously, you can see is around 4 years. Obviously, there was a one-off one there that was, by the way, I worked on every single one of these sites. But anyway, that's how long it takes to get through these complex projects. We'll probably be in front of you on a hearing on the modification project like 4 years. That's why we need an extension to finish the currently pending EIR. So in conclusion, we don't create any new environmental impacts. It's all baseline. Section 15301 of CEQA is clear and the case law is clear. We're right, the city's wrong. There are misplaced arguments about the old EIR just don't apply to a CEQA exemption case. It's an irrelevant argument, frankly. It's relevant to 15162 argument. It's irrelevant to a CEQA exemption argument. And we're trying to keep 92 people employed in your county and keep their families fed, and we think it's unfair to deny the extension when we need 4 years to get the pending EIR done. Thank you very much. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
A couple of quick questions for you.
Sir.
I grilled the city, I'm gonna grill you now. So looking at the EIR and CUP that was done back in 1986, 1987, which is being used to allow for the current operation, do you believe that that EIR was adequate?
Yes.
And the CUP that CMEX is currently operating under, are they out of compliance with that CUP? Are they pulling more material out of the ground than was identified in the original EIR? Are there any discrepancies that this board needs to be made aware of that at some point need to be mitigated or rectified?
No, sir. And in fact, if we'd pulled more out of the ground, we'd already run out by now.
And that is, leads me to my final question, which is when the original EIR was put together and CUP approved, there were tonnage amounts, annual tonnage amounts that you were restricted by. Are you currently, is CMEX currently exceeding that? And if not, I assume since there's more material out there for an extension, how far below the approved tonnage amount are you currently operating at?
We're not exceeding it. I can't answer the second question, but I think the area manager, Pete LaCoster, likely could.
Well, maybe Pete can answer that question if he chooses to get up and speak later. So thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. The next part of the hearing, we'll hear from the persons that are in favor of the appeal. If you're in favor of the appeal, please come forward and set up a line behind the speaker, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, Supervisor. Sharon Weaver, Executive Director of the San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust. I have a sticker here that was handed to me earlier in this hearing that says no on CMEX, but I want to tell you that I'm not opposed to CMEX, the corporation. I'm not even opposed to sand and gravel extraction. But I want to tell you a little bit more about what I'm for and what you have the opportunity to be for today. And what I am for is appropriate regulation of extractive industries. I am for protecting the San Joaquin River. I am for creating a better environment for our community to live in with parks and open spaces and trails that all of us can enjoy. Now, over the last 100 years, we have extracted as a people a huge amount of resources from the San Joaquin River. A friend of mine named Dave Encinas, who is an engineer with the Department of Water Resources, has given a presentation on this. He's done a lot of work calculating the size of the sand and gravel pits along the San Joaquin River as part of his work with the San Joaquin River Restoration Program. And he's given a presentation to the San Joaquin River Conservancy where he used this illustration that we have mined so much aggregate from the San Joaquin River that we could actually build a 2-lane highway all the way around the world just with the aggregate from the San Joaquin River. I don't know about you, but I find that rather awe-inspiring. We have taken a lot from this river. When are we going to start giving back to the river instead? One of the people that I admire most in the world is the late Jack Bogle, who founded the Vanguard Group. And one of his books is called Enough. And it comes from a story of him being at a party with Kurt Vonnegut, and they're listening to somebody, a billionaire, somebody in the room that's talking about always wanting more, more, more. And what Kurt Vonnegut turns around and says, well, I have something that that man is never going to have. I have enough. So I just want to encourage you to say, we have taken enough from the San Joaquin River. There are other places to mine for sand and gravel that are less sensitive, that are less environmentally sensitive, that have less benefits that could be produced for our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ron Martin, and I just want to point out that there is a San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust that the state has established in order to restore the San Joaquin River to a place of recreation and habitat. And California has some of the greatest biodiversity of any place on the planet, and it should be our mission to preserve the biodiversity we have, thinking about future generations. So for that reason, the conditional use permit should be denied.
Please hold your applause.
guess we're afternoon now. Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be here together. This is not a very familiar place for me. The language of acronyms and statutes and so on is unfamiliar. I feel like I just relate to people and connect. So I'm a father, a Christian, a psychologist, and a member of Earth, as we all are, which provides abundantly and asks us to respect it in return. I'm also, as it happens, 40 years old, so I was 3 in 1986, 4 in 1987. Everything about me and everything about the world around me from those 36, 35 years, 37 years is pretty different. So the world's pretty different, and we see things really differently. I also am aware, and there's all the ins and outs about details and timelines and stuff that's way over my head. Y'all are too smart for me. But if I had a big extension coming up and I had reviews and elements, I would probably try to be working on it long in advance. And we're coming up saying we need more time, we need more time. Seems as though these things weren't considered. Maybe it's COVID, maybe lots of other things. In any event, I'm a native Fresnoan, but I've been here 10 years and been proud to call City of Fresno and Fresno County my home for those time. Not being from here means it's taken me time to learn the best and the most beautiful places of Fresno. And the last several years, I have really come to learn about and love the river, the San Joaquin River. This is a special place for me through gathering with friends from my church. It also was a refuge for my wife and I when we went through a miscarriage a couple years ago. It is the kind of place that has become a favorite place for my son to play and also for me. And I would never have used language like this. It would have sounded weird and hokey a few years ago, but I've actually learned it's a place that I have a relationship with. It's a place that I connect to. It's a place that I now in a relationship means I have a responsibility to protect and to care for it. And I know in this day and age, growth, profit, development, all these projects, those are really hard words to go against, especially when jobs are on the line. And hard-working men and women, I'm not here to be against jobs or to take them away, and even would love third and fourth options which we can come up with to protect both natural beauty and the needs of business. So I recognize that, and I want more options to solve those kinds of problems rather than just kind of one or done, yes or no kinds of things. But I do believe in the power of kind of loving and appreciating a place for all that it offers, natural and intrinsic worth or beauty or goodness, something that just sounds sappy, except I know we all believe in it because of how we all live our lives with the people and places that matter most to us. So I want to support a way to find the county, the city, CEMEX, and all who appreciate and love this area, not simply to have an extractive place for resource, but to have a way to work together to find appropriate limits and regulations or boundaries on preserving the natural beauty while also supporting business. So I want to thank you all for considering that.
Thank you.
I'm Kay Pitts, and like the previous speaker, I'm having a little trouble with all the acronyms and everything. My late husband, who was an attorney and judge, I wish he was here, but anyway. I want to point out a couple of things. Number one, yes, CEMEX is complying with the original, how much they're taking out of the ground. The difference is the circumstances surrounding CEMEX, and I wonder if they would have ever gotten a permit to begin with had there been this kind of development and this much traffic on Friant. So I think we need to look at the present situation. Number two, I was at the previous hearing, and someone on the Planning Commission proposed a 2-year extension, which seemed at least not totally unreasonable. My point is, though, they knew this deadline was coming up, so you do your homework, you be prepared. If you're not prepared, you hire a number of people to get you prepared. You don't blow it off, and that's kind of how I felt this was done. And depending on the powers that be, Planning Commission and now you, to say, oh, well, yeah, and the working man, you know, and we're supporting. Yeah, well, there are a lot of working people in the county, but just please think about, if you're giving an extension, please don't make it 4 years. They don't need another 4 years. They should have been able to do it by now, by July 28th. 2 more as at least better than 4.
Hi, my name is Venus Warner, and I am actually, I live right across the street from the quarry site. Excuse me if I'm a little nervous. So I do have some concerns. All the work, I believe, my husband and I and our family believe that all the work at the quarry site should actually be halted because there hasn't been a current EIR completed or submitted. Water issues, you know, we have a lot of water issues here in Fresno, and CMEX is going to continue to dig. It will affect our water well. My neighbor, he had to leave. He was here, it just, you know, took too long today. But he knows as well we're going to have water issues. I say the digging will not affect, or it will affect our water. And let's see. The quarry site is located next to the second largest river in California. Again, the digging will also affect the valuable water source and recreational source. It's amazing that, you know, if this goes through, you know, it will be shocking, or it should be shocking, no matter how many employees they have. We have watched vehicle traffic from Fresno to the foothill communities grow double or triple since we moved into our home almost 4 years ago. There needs to be an updated traffic study before things move forward because we see a ton of it, both traffic, and I'm not talking about the long haul trucks that they're doing. I'm just talking, you know, community traffic, you know, going to and from Table Mountain or the homes up there. Our property values can and will be affected. They say no. I say yes. If you read any other quarry things, it will be affected. CMEX employee that has a shirt in here, it says 10 years, 0 accidents with that shirt. But that doesn't include all of the rocks that fly off the trucks that hit our vehicles daily. You know, not just mine, because it has happened. So I'm not blaming them. There's no covering on those trucks. Can I go a little bit long? I just
No,
have it.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Time's up. Thank you.
Are we taking comments in favor of or
We're taking this first. We'll get some in favor next. Okay, is there anyone else that would,
Are you doing opposing right now? Yes? Yes? Okay, Hi. You guys have done well, and thank you for being public servants to represent the interests of the public, which is Edmonton's business as well as our citizenry. My name's Chris Hamilton. I live in Fresno, been here for like 47 years or so. I came today for the first time to the Fresno County Board of Supervisors to see how this works and to share some thoughts. Today you heard a representation from 2 different attorneys, and my husband's an attorney, so is my daughter. And so you're going to hear, wow, that was very enlightened, and I agree totally with the city. And when you consider the traffic, you have to also consider all the development that's gone on with the casino, the developments on the hillside. These are county developments, not city, even that maybe we're taking in consideration, as well as the top of the Broken Bridge Hill. As you ride bikes, we ride like 7,000 miles a year. My husband and I do, and Fresno is one of our main avenues that we take up to go in the foothills. So there is tons of traffic.
And so it impacts. So when you're looking at, as the gentleman said who represented the quarry, the attorney, he was saying that no other counties possibly have got the kind of regulations that we have. Well, maybe that's something to be proud of, that you want that safeguard to really evaluate. When you're looking at, should we extend it for 2 to 4 years more, or 7 years more, whatever? I think you have to also recognize that it's not did they meet what they got in their initial CUP or whatever you call the termination, but rather how does it impact us as we are now? Because you can't think that, well, they didn't take out that much, but now we've got big developments, we've got traffic going both ways. How does it impact, here we have global warming. We've had incredible rains, but we all know our groundwater's dropped tremendously. When we first moved to Fresno, I think the groundwater level was something like 15 feet or something, you know? So you can't say that in 1980, the environmental impact report would have addressed all the things that we really need to consider. How does it affect the river that is passing by and feeding the crops for the farmers, creating for the people of Fresno and the world around us? So it's kind of got a bigger impact that I think maybe we're considering when we think, well, let's just bump up their timeline. And I agree totally that they had a 100-year lease or something, or a provision to be able to quarry here. I mean, they had to have a lot of back time to have all the environmental impact reports that were required, as well as incredible financial resources as an international corporation for any kind of legal team to address whatever their needs were. So I want to thank you for being public servants, for listening to the people of Fresno County and our concerns with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the appeal? Okay, seeing none, now we will move to the other part, which is persons in opposition of appeal. Cody, I think this is your turn.
I'm back.
Yeah. I figured.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Cody Hamilton, and I have been an employee with CEMEX for 10 years, starting as a night mechanic and expanding my knowledge and affording the training and opportunity to do just about every job on the aggregate side of the company. As a fourth-generation miner and a second-generation employee at CEMEX, this company has been a part of my family for over 3 decades. Being established over 100 years ago through many different companies, we have contributed to the expansion of many different communities, not only within Fresno County, but other neighboring counties such as Madera. I can honestly say that I am very fortunate to be able to work for a company that cares about its employees, and I am able to provide for my family and with a very comfortable lifestyle. As you know now, I'm very concerned with whether or not whether or not I will even have a job within the next 10 days, not only for myself, but for 90-some other employees, which most of which are here today, that, a part of are here today to figure out what it exactly is going to go on. And we are not asking to do anything different than what we have currently been doing for the last 100 years. Our mining practices have been exactly the same, if not better, decreasing pollution with better functioning and cleaner running equipment, and decreasing our haul truck traffic along Bryant Road, because back in the day we had an asphalt plant that we shared with, which is no longer there. One point that you've heard today in the opposition is that we need to go somewhere else. But I don't think that it is well understood that this is not something that is established overnight. It's not like we can just pack up and leave. The process to get all the right permitting to go somewhere else would take years, as you've seen earlier, at the minimum, 4 or 5 years to get all the right permitting, even if we had somewhere else to go. With the rapid expansion of Fresno, and the fact that we provide aggregate throughout the state of California, I don't see how we can afford to lose this important business that provides vital construction material for the ever-expanding, growing demand. I have heard a few times today about roads that need to be rebuilt and maintained from the extreme amount of water from this year. As long as Board Member Pacheco, who mentioned that we need another dam for water storage, this can all be achieved with local aggregate right here in Fresno at CMAX. Please vote yes for the expansion for this so that we can continue to maintain our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. My name is Wyatt Meadows. I'm with the Operating Engineers Local 3. I represent members at the CMEX facility for operators. I'd like to just take this time to point out that, CMEX has had jobs that are living wage jobs for people at this plant for years and years. And not only that, but the thought of them shutting down in 10 days, it's not going to be just a burden on them and their families. Obviously, that is the case directly, but it's going to affect us tremendously just in construction in general in the area. And so we're not just talking about, 90-something jobs at this plant. We're talking about construction overall in this industry. And the thought of what that might do for operating engineers in this area it's a little hard to swallow. So I'd like to thank you guys all for your service, and I just recommend that you pass this extension. Thank you.
Quick question I do have for you. Are the building trades as a whole in support of allowing for the 4-year extension? Do you know if they've taken a position on that?
I can't speak to the building trades as a whole as taking a position overall on it. I do know that there are a lot of craft trades in that industry or in the building trades itself that have workers out at this plant, and then just in general what that would do for them. So I would imagine that building trades would be in support of this extension, but I can't speak for the building trades.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Kaler. I have been an employee with CMEX for 32 years. I started out as a scale clerk and am now an administrative assistant. My father was also an employee with the company, so I'm second generation. My husband and I, we both work in the construction industry. My husband is an owner-operator. So we depend heavily on CMEX and industries like them to continue our livelihood and to live a comfortable life. CMEX has done a lot as far as providing for our community. As you've seen, we've helped build several things within the city: the roads, the highways, the Save Mart Center, the baseball field. We provide material for all the things that everybody enjoys: sidewalks, houses. You can name several things that the sand and gravel go into, and without us here, it's gonna elevate the cost. That's one thing what people don't stop and think. Okay, yeah, they can get rid of us. However, they want the streets and the roads and all this stuff. They're gonna have to go farther, which is gonna cause more air pollution because there's gonna be more truck traffic. So I am for it. I think we should be given the chance to come up with the other documents that we need for the other project so that we can continue providing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Whittakin. I was born and raised here. I've lived here 64 years. I'm pretty much ready to retire. A couple more years, but I won't give up till I'm 70. I'm gonna go. These guys don't want me, but I'm going to. But anyway, like everybody said, that A lot of material has come out of there, yes. I was that little guy sitting up there on the hill watching all the equipment work, putting 41 down, and I loved it. So I got into the trade. I've been all over the United States working to stay afloat. Like I said, as I was born and raised here, I've stayed here. I was right next to Fresno State. The concrete and everything for their Bulldog Stadium came from Fresno or at the quarry. And I think we should keep going a little bit to keep the city going. And the projects out in the county for the roads, where is it going to come from? Well, that paving has to come from the crushed rock. So I'd appreciate voting with CMEX. Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon, sorry. My name is Tim Morris. I represent a little separate entity. I don't know if you guys exist on this site, which is our ready mix concrete plant, as well as generating the aggregates out of the quarry on the same site as the plant that processes the aggregates is a ready mix concrete plant. Out of that plant, we've built most of these projects that have been mentioned before. This supports over 137 customers that I supply that material to. That's all involving the products that come out of this plant, as well as us being on site as well. I took a poll to see what's the average crew size of 137 of our biggest contractors. Roughly at least 16 to 20 people exist within each one of the 137 companies I supply. So as you dig deeper, it just exponentially, multiplies in what this affects. If you look at where the other places these guys can go if we're not existent, again, it's going to drive this cost up dramatically. That's just a touch on that part. The second part is because of this particular type of aggregate, we can produce something called low emissions concrete. We all have an environmentally conscious effort in this as well. So to mention that we can produce a concrete that is low in emissions and produces less CO2 based on this particular rock. If I were to go and get supply from another aggregate source, I couldn't do that. So we're going to take an entire program that's actually gaining speed, and we're actually getting what as LEED credits and all these things to provide more environmentally conscious projects. This is helping to fuel that. We're able to do that with replacement materials and things of that nature. We recycle a lot of stuff we do. We do everything with a conscious mind as far as keeping the air clean, the water clean, and our projects and products environmentally friendly. So I think you need to take part of that into account, that there's so many more exponentially affected parts of this puzzle that everyone will be affected in their homes, their roads, their schools, you name it. We've done every type of job there is. We have bids out to do every type of job that's coming up. And without this, all those are going to go to rebid, and they're going to come back and rebid very much more expensive. Just due to the fact that we're going to have to haul further, we're going to have to move everything, if I even get to do it at all at that point, because everything is very focused on where we're located and what we have to offer. And we like to think we have a little something special to offer with this environmentally friendly concrete. And I think I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. Thank you. My name is Mike Carbasi. I'm a longtime listener, first-time caller. No, just kidding. First time here. I really appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. I'm only here as a council member from my district. That's my only capacity. I don't represent the administration. I don't represent that position. And I'm not here to insult anyone. That's not my style. You all know me. We don't always agree on things, and that's okay. But I've been lucky to work with Supervisors Pacheco and Brandow because their districts encompass my district. We rely heavily on the services you provide, and our residents are your residents. So with that, I'm going to comment on the CEMEX issue. I do think the city of Fresno has very reasonable concerns, especially with the use of Friant. It's incumbent upon us, especially with Measure C, not having been renewed. I mean, there's still time, we'll see what happens, but we're gonna be looking to see who uses our roads, and we have a responsibility to our taxpayers to make sure everyone's paying their fair share. So we'll see what happens there. But I do believe that when it comes to when to have that conversation, it's when we have the new revised EIR, and that is coming up fairly soon from my understanding. So that's where I'm at. I think the debate is healthy and we're going to have it soon. I'm just concerned about doing it right now because of the potential cost to our overall community. Let me tell you what I'm for. I'm for housing people can afford. It doesn't matter if it's government subsidized housing at $400,000 a unit or it's housing that a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home that people can afford. The aggregate's the same. It's not one aggregate or another. And when we have to start importing, when we create a monopoly by having one provider instead of two, or we're importing aggregate, that's going to hurt our overall economy. And what I don't want, and this is the biggest point for me and why I'm here, I do not want the EIR process weaponized. We've been experiencing enough of that in California. It's one of the reasons why we're in a housing crisis. It has killed jobs after jobs after jobs. And this is not healthy, and I think I'm not asking you to just give them a blank check. It's just let's keep things going until we have this new EIR and we can have a healthy debate. Because there are lots of impacts this will have. And I know that there are a lot of voices out there, but for me, it's not just the construction industry, it's labor too. You have the Teamsters that are relying on these jobs. These are jobs that create upward mobility for folks. You've heard Wyatt from operating engineers. I ask that you allow that to be a part of your decision-making process when deciding whether or not to extend the permit. That would be very beneficial. Last thing I want to say, and this is for the folks at CEMEX. I've never engaged with them, but my advice would be, please engage with the city. I mean, today, call the city manager, call the city attorney, set something up, because I firmly believe whether or not the city is right or wrong in their legal analysis, that's not even what I'm here to debate. When it gets to the court system, it costs everyone more money, and it buys time, and it costs time. A way to mitigate that would be to meet with the city, understand that we have a fiduciary responsibility to our residents, hear us out, and let's see if we can work something out. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, do we have any other speakers in opposition to the appeal? Okay, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing and return to the board for questions or comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a number of questions and comments, actually, but I'd like to start with our own staff. So Bernard and your team, if you could walk me through, there's been some criticisms of CEMEX not being prepared for this day, right? 3 or 4 folks from the community, and if they're reading this correctly, I mean, like, how could this happen? How could we be only 10 days out and listening to this now? So could you talk to me about the timeline? Has there been some EIR work done, or tell us
Yes.
about that timeline?
Yeah, so they filed they are working on an EIR right now. It was filed a few years ago, actually, but as we know, the situation for any type of environmental review is rather lengthy in California, and we are subscribing to and adhering to all the required laws related to EIRs. There are issues related to some of the studies, so it's not simply the county controls, it's with regard to what studies are submitted and whether or not they pass muster, whether or not the consultants selected have prepared those studies in accordance with how we can accept them prior to releasing a draft EIR. So there is time still required. Mr. Mitchell reached out to us, I guess it was late last year, as I recall. And Mr. Mitchell can correct me, I can't remember off the top of my head. Asked about the county process, and I indicated that we don't have an automatic extension process, and that was a discussion that Mr. Jimenez and I had as well. But that's not something in a case where we have a permit that has an explicit deadline. So we worked on that application process and us identifying what needed to be submitted for this process. For us to go through the process that your board is considering today, we prepared what we call a 15162, which required a routing and an analysis of that as well. So that's where we are. That's why. Now,
So
the item.
Will, let me just ask, what date do you consider the EIR to have begun from the county standpoint?
You mean the date it was submitted or the date that the process started in earnest?
The date that the process started in earnest. Let's go with that.
Well, with submittal of the application goes through, that I'd have to double check, because that is a matter of getting through the not the selection process, but the acquiring of the professional consultants. Do you know what that date is? June of 2020, Mr. Mott is indicating.
June of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's a fantastic, I appreciate you having that information. June of 2020, these guys come and say, hey, we need a new EIR. We got this 100-year project. There's a lot of changes that have been made. A lot of people have talked about the changes. So we need a new EIR to cover that next expansion, right? June of 2020, kind of right in the middle of that whole COVID thing. I think most of us remember that. And so that's when it began, and it's not completed at this point. How much longer from the county's vantage point? By the way, I would just say, and if you want to clarify me, I might be wrong on this, but this is my understanding, is that the county is the entity, the agency, CMEX wants the EIR, but there is a third party that works between those two bodies. And so there's actually a third person. I don't even know if they're in the room today, but the county's here and CMEX is here, but then there's a third party. So a lot of this work has to be passed back and forth between these different bodies. And we're doing it right on the heels of COVID. But how much longer do you feel like that needs to be given? How much time?
That's a very good question, because it all depends on, again, the process. I believe we have all the studies now completed and submitted, so that we're much further along than we were, say, a year ago. So probably within the envelope that's requested by the applicant.
Okay. Well,
Should
we
be
saw
completed.
their graphic, which showed 4 examples. At this moment in time, other projects very similar, 3 of the 4 took 4 years and 1 of the 4 took 1 year. I would love it if it took less than 4 years for sure. Let me ask Mrs. Clark, if you've got a moment, please. Now, Jennifer, we go way back, and so I'm going to be very, very light here. I'm going to tread lightly from my time at City Hall. You have basically you meet with our Public Works Department once a month. You talk about all kinds of issues between our 2 government agencies. Were you aware that we've been working on an EIR, that there's been an EIR work done, for over a year now, for a couple of years?
So I will state, that during COVID, I was assigned to the Emergency Operations Center, so any notices that were received at that time, I would personally not have knowledge of. However, in earlier this year, the county did let us know that we had been informed that there was a request by the county to determine whether or not the use of the 15162 exemption, as well as the Class 1 existing facilities, would be appropriate in this case. We didn't receive the original notice. We received an email in February from the staff that said, hey, you haven't responded to this, which I truly appreciate that they sent that. We scrambled, we looked at the information, and we provided a letter and requested an extension to provide a second, more thorough analysis a couple of weeks later. So that was when I personally was made aware of that. So I don't know, I can't speak for the rest of city staff, but I can speak for me personally and the city manager's office.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Jennifer. And I just needed to know, was the city aware that this EIR was happening? I've read a couple of articles in the media about this issue that we're all talking about today. I've heard other council members weigh in and talk about it, and to me, it sounds like they're not even aware that there's an EIR process that I don't want to say in the middle of, but it sounds like we're almost like right in the middle of it. And this process has been going on. The city of Fresno, the biggest agency around, it's like not aware that that work's being done. And I'm not blaming you, Jennifer, and I understand, that you weren't on that part when this was submitted. You were in another role or another part of your job. But we have a city manager over there, we have a mayor over there, we have an attorney over there. Somebody should have called the county, in my opinion, and said, where are you guys at? This happens all the time, by the way. This is actually how work gets done. A phone call, an email. What are you guys doing? What are you doing on homelessness? What are you guys doing? Our public works agencies meet once a month to talk about exactly things like this. Hey, you know, we got to tell you, this is what we're doing. We're gonna start doing a joint paving of Fortner Avenue, like I did with Mike Carbasi 3 weeks ago. So there's a lot, you know. So it is valid communication if the county, you know, you could have at any point, or anybody over there, could have said, where are you guys at with this project? You know, so that's where common sense starts right there. Okay. Now, somehow along the way, personally, I think it's politics. I think it's a couple of council members that are heavily involved in politics right now. But somewhere along the way, the city of Fresno feels like they didn't get informed in time. Now, I tackle this all of the time because I have a foot in both worlds. I sit on the Conservancy, and I get to hang out with Sharon Weaver once a month, and the folks that their life revolves around the river. And, you know, I'm at times, like we did a grand opening here a couple weeks ago of a portion of the river. We opened it up to 7 days a week access. There's times like I'm standing there, it's like I feel like I'm a part of the whole thing. And then there's other times where I have to make tough decisions. Doesn't quite hit exactly in the sweet spot where my friends are from the Parkway Trust. And I had a conversation, and I'm sorry to my colleagues because it's been our longest day so far this year, but this is valuable. I had a conversation a couple weeks ago with a guy named Bob Hills. Jennifer, you can feel free to sit down because I think I don't have any more questions.
Okay, thank you.
And Bob Hills is on the opposite side of CMEX. And I don't know, he might even be here, but he didn't speak today. I kept waiting, hoping that he would come up. You know, he's like, man, Supervisor, you can't do this to the river. You can't do this to the river. You know, the river. I feel like I love that river. Now, everybody's got their own definition of what love looks like these days, but I feel like I love that river, okay? Now, what I had to tell Bob is, Bob, I got a foot in that world, and I want you to know, I give you my word, I want to honor that San Joaquin River. But I have another foot in the other world too, which I have to look at how we build and provide building materials for our entire county and our region. So I have a foot in both worlds, and my answer is probably gonna not be perfect for everybody in this room. What I've discovered, talking with Bob and others, is that there's a lot of confusion out there. There is a lot of stuff about an EIR, which means, you know, I'm concerned about Supervisor. Sometimes if they know me, they'll call me Steve. Steve, I'm concerned about the road trips. I'm concerned about the air pollution. I'm concerned about the hawks. I'm concerned about the river, the river water pouring into CMEXs. They're going to dig down 600 feet, and river water's just going to fill that. I hear all this stuff, and I know a lot of you out there have these concerns. Those concerns are all going to be in the next round of this situation, which is called the EIR. And you will have your opportunities to say, I'm concerned about the river water. I'm concerned about the hawks. I'm concerned about the streets. That comes in the EIR process. What we're talking about today is something entirely different. And by the way, you will see me, I'll be tough on CMEX during that process, because that's the time to be tough on them. Quote, hold their feet to the fire. Make sure they take care of the air pollution. Make sure they take care of the river. Make sure they take care of the hawks and the neighbors and everybody else. What's happening today is an extension of a previous contract so that we can get them to this point of the EIR. And this is my opinion. I'm trying to make sense of this whole thing. Now, I want to say something that I don't want to offend the staff at Fresno County, because I love these guys. Not just these three, all of them. They're doing a lot of good work. In the process of this EIR deal, there's been the overlap of COVID. There's the problem that we face nowadays, which many of you know about, where workers, they just don't want to work anymore. They just don't show up. The county's been, just like a lot of the business, the county's been impacted by that. And without insulting our own team, I want to say that my opinion is that the EIR, which we all wish would have been done, you know, the county has some responsibility for why it's not done right now today. Okay? So there's the three players. There's the county, there's the CMEX, and there's this middleman. And there's a lot of work that has to be done there, and things get sluggish when you're dealing with government. So that's where I'm at on this. So because of all of that, I'm going to be able to support an extension today to CMEX so that they can get to the EIR, which will accomplish a lot of the concerns that the other side has in the building today. So I'm sorry for that. I've been waiting for 4 hours to say that. I almost went it longer than the insurance guy. I understand that too. You know, this is, you know, my district holds the San Joaquin River. I've been serving on the Conservancy Board for 11 years now, along with Mike Carbasi, and thanks for showing up today to Councilman Carbasi. So, you know, it's something that I've had to deal with for 11 years, so I appreciate the extra time, more than 3 minutes.
Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Maxig.
So this,
You're gonna be long-winded too here?
well, we'll know in about 60 seconds. So this project resides in both District 2 as well as District 5, which I represent District 5. So I asked questions as it relates to CEQA, specifically the conditional use permit, as well as the environmental impact document, making sure that the applicant is currently operating within what was approved back in 1986, 1987. And so really that's at the crux of the matter with what we're looking at today. Do we allow a 4-year extension? And there's some disagreement on whether or not the EIR can be used. We've got 2 different attorneys in the room that think differently. For me, I too can support the extension and am prepared to uphold the Planning Commission's approval of this project, and I'm prepared to make a motion when the time comes.
Okay. Supervisor Pacheco?
That was very succinct of you, Supervisor Maxey. Greatly appreciated, yeah. Being outside, not being in the district, you have a different viewpoint because I don't have to deal with it like you, and so it's only what's here today. From a business point of view and a dairyman, 4th-generation dairyman, we've poured a lot of concrete over the years, so I understand the vital importance that this company has in our community. In addition, I think it was said today, it's provided nearly all of the roads that we county do, and that's one of our biggest issues for all of us, is we like our roads, and it's providing the aggregate for that. And then for our city cousins there, sidewalks. And I thought that was pretty important too. And this, for me, it's a very complex issue, and I like Supervisor Brandow. I don't think any of us complained at your length of time. I thought you did a very good job, but it's 2 separate things today. Today is an extension of the existing facility of what they're currently doing, and tomorrow is what they want to expand and do new practices and things. So I try and separate the 2, and where are we today? I like the fact that you brought this up, that it was started during COVID, because now that we have resumed our lives, for me, I like to move forward, and I forget about that. But that definitely slowed things down. When I went through the staff report, originally, our staff supported a 1-year extension. And how that in the Planning Commission got to 4 years, I don't know, but that body deliberated that and doing that. So for me, I like being the moderate on the board and can see both sides and try and come up with a reasonable solution. I understand the residents' issues, but again, this has been there 100 years, so the people that moved there, they knew what they were getting when they moved there. Now, what this company does going forward, that's a whole separate issue. Like you said, that's going to have to be addressed, and I, for one, am willing to hear that, because while I don't live in that district, we are all responsible for the entire county, and I will weigh in on that. So for today, I find it ironic that the city who filed the lawsuit or appeal in this said that during the process, they asked for an extension to our county council in their process. So at times, we all need extensions and help because it doesn't always go as according to plan. So being a practical business person, Supervisor Mendes and I, we can understand that. If we want to get certain things done today, but our equipment breaks, we got to continue, get it fixed, and we'll try and get it done tomorrow. So I can appreciate that. I actually like Mrs. Pitt's comments the best. The widower who said, look at the present situation. And she said, CMEX should have started sooner, which on a company of this magnitude and this importance, I believe that they should have. They should have started sooner to get this done because this is so important to not only their 100 employees, but to the county and the valley as a whole. So that should have been started sooner. But none of us are perfect, so who am I to throw a rock? So I can accept that. But I think she came up with the middle of the road solution. Staff recommended a year. The Planning Commission said 4. But I think if you really want to hold them to the fire, we're going to give them a 2-year extension and address this a little sooner so that the residents' concerns are addressed a little sooner. Hopefully we can satisfy the city's concerns by stepping up the timeline. And we put the fire to CMEX that get this done because they're hiring the people to get all this done. And with this magnitude of this project, they better put a little heat on these people. So Supervisor Maxig, I don't know what your motion is, and County Council, I'm going to need you because I don't know if it's allowed or not. But I would support a 2-year extension more than I would a 4-year extension. And then if they don't meet that timeline, then I'm okay with hearing this again in 2 years and see what the reasons are because we're no longer in the pandemic. It should be a 4-year process. And then again, Chris, I appreciate you doing your homework because if not, like Supervisor Brandow said, I hold you in high regard, but you guys should have been here prepared with when they started that, and you did. So the date I'm using is June of 2020. A 4-year timeline on that would have been 2024. It's 2023 right now. I'll give them a year extension for the COVID issue. So a 2-year extension from their current deal, I think, satisfies everyone's needs and kind of meets everybody in the middle. Now, again, there's 5 of us, and I have a 3 vote. I'll accept the will of the majority. But to me, that seems more fair and reasonable for everybody involved. Nobody gets 100% of what they want, but we all got to give a little bit. And so Supervisor Maxig, I don't know when you make your motion what you're going to do, but I don't say my vote until the time comes. But for me, I support 2. I don't support a 4.
So my question would actually be to staff, because right now as I...
He asked the question. You've been talking all the time.
Sure, go ahead, buddy.
That's what I would ask. Bernard, what do you think about a 2-year? Is that even practical?
And if it's not, then you got to say it, because then I'll be flexible, and if we go to 3. But we need some accountability, and we need to expedite this, and we need to put a little heat to the people doing this.
Yeah, so based on where we're at in the process today, we've been in that process for a couple of years. We believe 2 years we could get through the EIR. Now, it is a team approach. I think Supervisor Brandow alluded to that. It's a team of the county, our consultant who was selected by the applicant, and it's the applicant. So delays, I think, are for both sides in this particular case. But staff could support 2 years. We recommended 1, so yes, we could support 2 years.
I was wondering how, sorry, buddy, how he was saying there was 3. I was wondering, well, where's the 3rd rail at? Who is that?
So,
That's a consultant that the company hires is the 3rd person
So
that we work with.
Yeah, so the applicant selected the consultant. We hired them to help prepare the EIR on the county's behalf. But there is that interaction between all 3 parties.
So again, Supervisor, I would accept our staff is overworked and we are short-staffed. So our staff can't be on it day to day that they normally would do had we had a full staff. So I will accept as a board member, there's some of the responsibility for this being delayed. And again, think a 2 or 3 years would be reasonable to account for our involvement in this and our responsibility as well. I'm sorry, buddy, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's fine, I'm good.
If I could, Supervisor, maybe Mr. Jimenez, you could comment on it, what happens if we, when we put the EIR out for public, sometimes there's enough comments that require recirculation of the EIR. Are you considering that within your 2-year estimation?
So I can't predict what comments we get, but this is the question was more focused on getting the EIR complete and out to the public. Similar to like the EIR for our general plan, I can't tell you what comments we get. What we're obligated to do is to respond to each comment received. And there is the potential that if we receive a comment that's, let's say, of a technical nature that we concur needs to be addressed, then we will have to resolve that. That could mean additional studies. And if it's significant enough, it does mean that we would have to recirculate our EIR for an additional 45 days. So what I'm speaking to in terms of the 2 years is to complete the draft EIR, get it out to the public for public review.
And go ahead.
No, go ahead, that's fine.
I raised that issue for the board's consideration because there is time after that point, and a CUP probably would come back at some point because there will be substantial comment, would be my estimation on that EIR.
We could, if it was in some kind of limbo, it was out, there's back and forth on comments, we're starting to hit the 2-year deal, this board can extend it for another year.
It could.
Like Brian was saying,
Yes.
we might have to redo this, as painful as it is.
That's correct.
Okay, my turn. I agree with most of the comments and options that my colleagues have proposed. I got to tell you that having served on the Fresno City Council and having seen over the years how much CMEX has provided to our community in terms of the material that they've brought forward for construction, for development, the jobs they've created, and to a large degree kept costs down. So I'm supportive of whatever proposal the board comes up with, and flexible to the number of years, and we'll see what the motion is going to be. So,
Mr. Chairman?
But
if we're going to really have an honest discussion about shifting to 2 years, I would like to hear from CMEX. So if you guys could choose somebody and tell us what you think about the 2-year proposal.
Good afternoon again, Pat Mitchell, attorney representing CEMEX. So I'll just use a couple slides. My presentation's still up there. We don't think 2 years works, and here's why. That 4 years was after the draft EIR was released, before it came to the Board of Supervisors. After it was released. We don't even have it released yet. Mr. Jimenez just said it could take 2 years to get to there. For those time periods are after the draft was released to the public. We don't even have it released to the public. This won't be done in 2 years. I've been doing this 37 years all over the state. This is what I do. This is my wheelhouse. It just won't be done that fast. We're hoping when the draft EIR is released, we'll get there in 4 years, like 3 of those 4 projects. The reason is, we're still in the administrative draft process, so, I'm guessing it's probably gonna take a year to get that done. Everyone, it could be 6 months, it could be 24 months. It's not going to be in 2 or 3 months, I can guarantee that. This is a complex project, as we all know, and we can't rush it. Then you have to put it out for a comment period, which staff noted 45 days. The key sort of X factor is how many comments we get from the public. In your county, I've worked on projects that we got 400 comment letters. And if they're from complex entities or people are really smart, or just postcards, it makes a huge difference. It could take us a year and a half to do the final EIR, and Will Kettler and Bernard Jimenez know this. They've worked on all these projects too. I've worked on every aggregate mine that's been done in this county since 1999. Every single EIR in this county, and I did the one in Madera County, the Austin Quarry, and I did the ones in Tulare County, so I know how long it takes, and I'm just telling you, this won't be done in 2 years. So if it's 2 years, you'll be doing this again in 2 years because we won't be done. So that's why we asked for 4
Well,
years.
then, sir, with your extensive knowledge in this, then let's ask, as like my colleague said, Captain Obvious. Why did you wait so long?
So here's, so, good,
Yeah.
I'd like to answer that.
Let's go ahead, yeah.
Check. Our submittal was,
Tell me every reason why it can't be done.
Okay.
Tell me why you didn't get it done.
we submitted in December of 2019. Chris's June 2020 date is when the EIR process, we submitted our application in December of 2019, 3.5 years ago. And COVID did hit, and we all know that that took a huge chunk out of everyone's sales. And yes, it's hard to hire employees, and everybody knows that, including me, by the way. So that, it's been pending for 3.5 years, our application. I then contacted Will in July of 2022 saying, hey, Will, are you, like a lot of the other counties I work in, do we have to file an extension application? Because in those ones we don't. He said, in our county you do. And we said, okay, we'll do that. And we filed the extension application in December of 2022. But the actual application for the main event was filed December 2019, 3.5 years ago. So we thought that was a lot of time back then.
Okay. Are you done, or?
Well, Bernard, and so, by the way, I have zero problem facing this whole situation again in a couple years. Like, this is what we do. It's what we do. So if we have to do it, we'd have to do it. You know, I'm just trying to find out the reality of, you know, so, Bernard, you just saw that timeline. Do you agree with that? You know, is it going to take another year to get the draft released for the public to comment? And then from that moment, you have to answer all these comments, respond, make adjustments in your EIR, take in some of the suggestions, and create mitigations. And, I mean, you think it's going to be done in 2 years?
Well, what I spoke to was getting the draft completed and out to the public for review. We believe that that will occur within that 2-year period. Again, not knowing the level of comments we receive and what that means in terms of response, it could go beyond that 2-year period. In all likelihood, it could go beyond there. But I don't know that for certainty. The question was, can we get the EIR complete, out the door, within that 2-year period? The answer is we believe we can do that. And is there a chance that this would have to come back for an additional extension? Yes, that is a real chance.
Well, Bernard, I appreciate your candidness and, as always, your professionalism. Supervisor Magsig, it's your district. I would follow your lead, but I don't have any issue, based on what I heard, trying to be a reasonable person and balance the needs of both sides. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we extend the permit for a 3-year period and leave it at that. And I will hear what you said, County Council. Additionally, I like my 2 years. This is Fresno County. We will have a lot of comment. Our general plan is taking longer, and then that's our issue. So again, I want to be reasonable in this, but I still want to put a little pressure on it. So again, I'll try and split the baby and go from 2 to 3.
It's completely within the board's discretion.
Yeah, and I don't know, Supervisor Max, again, it's your district. I believe you should have the final say, but I'm willing to listen.
Can I comment now?
Sure.
I just wanted permission, so I don't get stepped on again. Thank you, buddy. So with that, I want to make sure that any motion that's made, because there's 2 options. There's option 1, which we're rejecting. Option 2 incorporates a number of components. So do we need to state for the record each one of those components, or can we choose option 2 with the one change that we are approving a 3-year extension versus a 4?
As long as it's clear that from the board's deliberations, you've considered the findings you need to make to find for the CUP, you can make them in one fell swoop if you choose to do so.
So my understanding with the motion that you've made is that we can make those findings, and the one modification from what was approved at the Planning Commission is instead of a 4-year extension, it's a 3, with the understanding that this will have to come back to us again if comments are too excessive. Okay, so I'll second that motion.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can you clarify that again, what the motion is?
That the board is denying the appeal. This is a de novo hearing, so you're granting the application for the CUP under making all the findings that the staff has recommended for you in item 2, with the exception that the period of the extended CUP would be 3 years instead of 4 years.
That'd be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
That's my second.
And
with
just
that,
for clarification, with the condition that the indemnification agreement is to come back to your board within 45 days. And so we will return, assuming your board passes this motion, will we return within that time frame so your board can adopt the indemnification agreement? In that same item, we'll also have a resolution documenting your board's findings as well.
And again, that's part of Section D.
That is correct.
So you're just
Which is
restating.
standard operating
That is-
procedure.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Cody.
We now move to item number 14, Board of Supervisors comments and committee reports.
Supervisor Mendez, we'll start with you. Huh? Reports and comments right now.
The only report I have is flood release is pretty much ending on the
Okay. This is important. Let's let him leave.
Okay.
All right, Supervisor Mendez.
Yeah, the flood release on the Kings is just about done with. So they've really reduced the amount of water. We'll have to start working on the sheriff's department about getting it the Kings opened back up, so.
Okay. Supervisor Magzik.
I have a couple of quick comments. On Saturday, July 15th, residents that live in CSA 34 came out and helped to clean up part of Millerton Road, and really appreciate all the volunteers that came together. 20 bags of garbage were collected. Public Works worked with my office to make that happen. Also, I want to just note for the record, I want to thank staff for putting out the press release about California agency that was looking for comments on draft procedures for name changes in accordance with AB 2022. We had 35 total responses from the public. 32 comments said don't change the name of Squaw Valley. 3 comments said they are supportive of the new name, which is Yokuts Valley. On Thursday, I'll be attending a NACO conference. I chair the Finance, Pensions, and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, and I will report back on that trip. We've got about 10 resolutions and 1 amendment to NACO's platform. Also, I wanted to comment too, Mike Reynolds passed away between our last meeting and this one. Mike was a photographer at my wedding, and he also was a photographer at my brother-in-law's wedding, and had a relationship with him, considered him a friend for over 25 years, and my heart goes out to the Reynolds family. And also too, I became aware that Betsy Sandoval, a longtime board member of Clovis Unified School District, passed away just a few days ago, and so my office will be preparing a memorial certificate for her, which I'll bring back at our next meeting.
Okay, did you want to mention about Mike doing the 3 strikes?
Oh, absolutely. So, as Sal was just sharing with me, Mike Reynolds was the author and very instrumental in getting 3 Strikes and You're Out passed. Of course, his daughter passed away tragically by someone who should have been in prison, and that, of course, was the genesis of him continuing to fight his whole life for victims' rights and making sure that individuals who break the law receive full punishment for that. And so I really appreciate everything that he did with 3 Strikes and You're Out.
Okay, Brian?
I would just echo Supervisor Magsig's comments. My deepest sympathies to the Reynolds family. He was a good supporter and a friend of mine. And also, it's sad to hear of Mrs. Sandoval. I served with her on the school board for many, many years, and she was an icon in the school board community. So that's unfortunate, and look forward to you bringing that resolution back.
Steve?
Yeah, my comments maybe to Paul and maybe to, by extension, some of our department heads. Just heard that Tulare County is giving significant salary increases to some positions and that putting no pressure on Fresno County and kind of a friendly competition for employees, right? So as we approach our budget coming up here at the end of summer, is it possible in some of these departments we have positions, employee positions that are funded but not filled, and there's dozens of them. They're funded, the money's there, but they're not filled. And just like we just talked about in the CEMEX deal, in some ways the world's changed. So I'd like to know, is there a possibility of pulling off some of those positions off the books and just getting serious, more serious about giving significant raises to the positions that we need to attract employees? So.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. I'm very aware of what Tulare County's been doing, and I appreciate you raising that. I agree with you that in this county, we'd rather have, if it came down to a choice, fewer positions that are better compensated if it came down to that choice. And so as we approach those decisions, and we have departments that have high vacancy rates, and that is something departments will not be surprised to hear that, because I've already spoken to them about that very strategy. So I appreciate you raising that, and all options are on the table. But you're right, we are facing unprecedented inflation, the competitiveness of jobs. We have some classifications we simply can't fill. And so the old way of doing things doesn't work. We've got to change it. We're willing to do creative and new things, including that. So I appreciate that idea and suggestion.
Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Wanted to mention that the Fresno Chamber of Commerce will be sponsoring the State of the County address on Thursday, September 21st. Also wanted to mention that a longtime community supporter and pretty much one of the founders of the League of Mexican American Women, Dolly Arredondo, passed away recently, and I'll be bringing forward a resolution on her behalf, the family's behalf. And next item is board appointments. Supervisor
Yeah, I
Mendez?
got 2. First one's a reappointment, and it's Jeffrey Shepard to a new term, and this is the Assessment Appeals Board. And the other one is a new appointment to Oak Grove Cemetery, appoint Leroy Mayfield II, position previously held by Richard Schultz. The new term to 1/4/2027.
Okay. Brian?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to appoint Kenneth Moore to the Fresno Mosquito and Vector Control District to replace Peter Woolcott for a term expiring January 5th, 2026. Thank you.
Supervisor Brando? I also have no appointments. Are there any comments from the public regarding the appointments? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion and a second to approve the appointments.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
We now move to item number 16, public presentations. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on this agenda.
Okay. With that, I'd like to also just reiterate what the clerk just mentioned, is that everyone is limited to 3 minutes per person and no more than 15 minutes total per topic.
Thank you, and I appreciate the extra time you're taking today.
Thank you
my-
for your patience.
My name is David Ramming, and I'm a property owner in the southeast development area, among many property owners that are in opposition to the city's plan to annex 9,000 acres in that area. If the plan goes forward, 6,751 acres of farmland will be converted to houses, and non-agriculture entities. This accounts to almost 10 square miles of land. The city states that they do not have an adequate or any mitigation plans that are available, and there will be significant and unreconcilable loss of farmland. And this is really inexcusable, and it is also detrimental to our ability to produce food for California, United States, and the world. Second major issue we have is the loss of water, or the water that is overdraw already in the Kings groundwater basin. And with the implement of this plan, even with the mitigations that are proposed, there would still be an increase in the overdraft of the water. And therefore, as a result, a large portion of the county of Fresno in this area will suffer loss of water, and also restrictions that will be imposed when the plan is implemented. So these are only two areas of our concern about this plan. And we feel the city of Fresno should follow their plan to infill within the city. We also feel that the city should use their funds to upgrade the city to the same standards that they are proposing for areas outside of the city limits. What we are asking you, the County Board of Supervisors, for is help to ensure the most responsible approach to development of the land around the city. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Helen Ramming, and in looking at the Constitution the other days, the first 3 words of the Constitution just popped out: we the people. The U.S. government was dedicated to the people, never intending that the people were to be subservient to the government. A year ago, Fresno City unveiled their plans to annex the 9,000 acres in Fresno of the very best farmland in the nation and in the world. At that time, we joined efforts to stop this abusive encroachment. We have never been involved in the political scene. We are aware of the corruption at the state and the federal level, but we have become very disheartened to experience it at the local level. No longer is the beginning of the Constitution important, we the people, but the almighty dollar has replaced things of value. This annexation is about financial gain, nothing more. Only those who gain financially are going to win in this. Individuals and even Fresno as a whole will lose. We will lose prime ag land with the best sandy soil that will never be restored to agriculture again. We'll have water shortages, an increase in crime, homelessness, and drugs with the influx of 250,000 people. Devalued property with the emphasis on affordable housing. Property owners forced to give up their rural way of life, and I could go on. If there is a crisis and there were no alternatives available, we would approach this differently. But the fact is that there is a major option available that should speak volumes. Fresno City has documented that they want to protect the farmland as well as infill areas in Central California. This is being overlooked as developers prefer land that is clear as the agriculture land. Neither Central or Southeast Fresno will benefit from this land takeover. Only the developers will benefit. So the city prefers to cater to the developers rather than consider the wishes of the people. The city verified this by releasing the EIR last week at a strategic time when many people are on vacation in July and they won't have the opportunity to speak up with the allotted 45-day period. Another interesting fact is that not one person in our leadership group of 18 has received written notification of the town hall meetings that are required after an EIR is released. In fact, we know of no one in the area of the annexation that has received written notice of the town hall meetings. The first town hall meeting is scheduled in 6 days. The second town hall in 9 days. Why are we not notified? Is this intentional? Why do we, the people, have no say in our personal property? For the city to push back with this massive land grab without written notification to be property owners.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably going to red light me.
Please hold your applause.
My name is Mike Matthew, and I'm with the Ramsings, even though they won't admit it in public. In about a week, it'll be 9 months since I attended one of your board meetings, and in that time, the members of our opposition group to Fresno City SEDA annexation has increased 22-fold. That's exponential. The EIR for the SEDA was released 4 days ago, and the 45-day comment clock is ticking. And yet, when we were told meeting dates, the senior Fresno planning staff told us that these meetings were not the proper venue for us to turn out en masse and comment. I thought that was the exact reason we had these meetings. This planning staff has repeatedly discouraged us from having any meaningful participation in this process. And although we are improving, just as I told you 9 months ago, we aren't stupid, but we are definitely naive. And I'm a fear that by the time we learn all the rules, the game's going to be over. The city planning staff is not engaged in developing this SEDA plan. They have concentrated entirely on developing a strategy to implement the same old plan that they had back in 2007, regardless of the opposition. Now, recently, this Board of Supervisors has supported residents of Squaw Valley to retain the name of their town, and rightly so. You've also correctly lent support to residents that oppose renaming of 3 streets to Cesar Chavez Boulevard, not because the man doesn't deserve it, because he does, but there are other ways to honor him without placing such a financial burden on the people. If these are worthwhile causes to fight for, then why isn't ours? They're fighting to retain the names of towns and streets. We're fighting to retain our land and way of life. This board was elected to represent the residents of the county. Please do just that. We need your knowledge, savvy, and political clout. In short, we need you to represent us. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
to this gentleman right here, or any one of you guys that wants to answer, before we, it looks like you guys are about done talking, we're gonna shift into SEIU folks that want to talk real quick. But are you talking about SEDA?
Yes.
So SEDA is the 9,000 acres that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, right, and that's currently, what's that?
Southeast Growth Alternative, SEGA?
Well, it got turned to SEDA.
Southeast Development.
Yeah, it got turned to SEDA about 3 years ago. All right, and it's currently unannexed, right? It's still in the county. All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
I'm not sure if you've noticed, but we had,
Excuse me, before you begin it, you have other members lined up behind you, but I just wanted to reiterate that everyone is limited to 3 minutes and no more than 15 minutes per topic. Thank you.
we got it, thank you.
bet.
Again, sorry, my name is Ua Lugo. I am the Regional Coordinator with SEIU 2015. And today we did a little vigil outside. We had a little over almost 200 folks who had joined us, who are providers and also recipients of those providers. And, the schedule went a little long today, and so a lot of them had to go back to work. But I do here, wanted to submit some of the petitions from our home care providers who couldn't join us today. So we have a little, almost about 2,000 petitions here that we want to give to the board. On behalf of our contract negotiations, right, we want to just ask the board to prioritize the IHSS providers who do provide care for those within our community who do need that. And so we are just wanting to let the board know that you all should prioritize these folks who are working day in and day out on providing care for these folks, and what it would look like, what the board would think it would look like if there was a day without a provider, right? And that is something that we may be heading towards, maybe looking at a day without a provider, and how would that affect the county, and what that would look like for all the facilities and the hospitals that we have here, right? And speaking on the hospitals, we are really short on beds. Hospitals have closed down. And so we just want the board to consider what we are asking as we negotiate this contract. Thank you. I think we... Okay, yeah, sure.
Hello, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ulises Castellanos. I'm here on behalf of IHSS workers. I just want to remind you all that IHSS workers are lacking lots of benefits. An example are vacation days, retirement. Not everybody qualifies for health care. So I just want to remind you all that a lot of IHSS providers are working during 4th of July, during Thanksgiving, during Christmas. Well, you guys, are out on vacation, Hawaii or whatever, spending time with your families. Some of us can't afford to do that. One, we don't have vacation. One, we're living paycheck to paycheck. We're sick and tired of being sick and tired. IHSS providers are living paycheck to paycheck. Some of us don't have a choice. Some of us could go look for another job that pays $25 an hour, retirement, health care, vacation days. Some IHSS providers are leaving to work those jobs. And they have that right? But who's gonna care for those clients? Some of us are taking care of our moms that have dementia. Some of us are taking care of the lady down the street. We're not related, but we're taking care of that lady down the street because that lady doesn't have anybody to take care of her. Some of us, how I mentioned, are taking care of our parents, of our daughters that have Down syndrome, autism. We don't have any other choice. We could go look for that other job that pays $25 an hour, that offers health care, that offers retirement. But who's gonna take care of our daughter? Who's gonna take care of our mom that has dementia, that has Alzheimer's? So some of us are really stuck, and a lot of us are living paycheck to paycheck. We want you guys to consider that. Okay, please prioritize the IHSS program. These are the people here. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon. Once again, we're here. He talked about things that we do, and I know that some of you, and I don't know if you can answer, but how many of you walked a day in our shoes? I know some of our, when you were candidates, you walked a day in our shoes. You did the job that some of us do. And I congratulate you. You came and took a look. And not too long ago, I know it was the ending of last year, maybe anywhere from September on, that we talked about that we were going to be opening the contract again. And I remember hearing a few people that I was surprised said that they were going to be standing behind, Brian Pacheco. But you haven't stood up. You haven't, stepped up. So I don't see how the other ones can step up with you. And we keep coming and coming. And how many times do you guys come to our doors for a vote? And how many times do people say, oh, come back tomorrow or next month and I'll see if I'll vote for you? I know it happens because we're usually the ones that make those calls for some of you. And we give with all our heart, our time. Not only do we stay up with the ones we provide care with, and we are tired. We do not have health care. My daughter, like I told you last time, she waited 2 years to get the health care only to find out she had a tumor in her brain. And they thank God for those of you who approved the last contract. Thank you. I don't know if one of you didn't sign or approve, but I want to thank all of you who did. But we need to do it now. Today is 100 and some degrees, and we've been out there since 10:30, even 8:30. Some of the people have come since 8:30 because they were going to speak today. And some people come in wheelchairs. If I was in a wheelchair, I don't know if I'd want to be out there. But we want to make sure you know you look at who you are, who you are serving. Like the lady said before us, on another topic, you're public servants, which I feel, it's hard for me to say that, but, you're here to represent us. And personally, I care a lot for some of you. I can't say all of you, but I can say some of you. But thank you for what you do, and
Thank you.
please
Thank you.
don't make us keep going.
Thank you. Your name?
My name is Olga Valle.
Thank you. Please hold your applause.
And just those votes? No more
No.
votes?
Next.
You let them talk, so no more votes?
No, they can talk. No, I said thank you. Your time was up.
Oh, yeah, but do they get to talk?
Of course they do. 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're down to
Yeah.
something like 9 minutes.
You just used up 2 minutes.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Una vez más estamos aquí con ustedes.
We're here once again with you all.
Quisiéramos que
We want you,
en este contrato que estamos iniciando a partir del día
in this
1 de enero,
contract that we're doing right now,
podamos lograr hoy este día algo.
that we can accomplish something today.
Porque si no logramos nada este día,
Because if we don't accomplish nothing today,
nuestra lucha
our
continúa
fight is going to continue
todo el año que viene.
all of next year.
Yo estoy muy cercana
I'm very
en las
close
negociaciones.
to all the
Yo soy
negotiations.
de parte de las negociaciones. Formo parte de la mesa directiva y
I'm
estoy
part
un
of the
poco
board as
enterada
well
de las situaciones.
of the situation.
Nos dijeron
You
que
guys, we were told
que lo más doloroso, nos dieron un golpe muy fuerte
you gave
a
us a
todos
very
nosotros,
a big
los trabajadores.
pain, us, the workers.
Estamos pidiendo un aumento de $20
We're asking for a raise to $20,
y los que negociaron con nosotros
and the
nos
one that
dijeron
negotiating with us told us
que habían ustedes planteado
that you guys had planned
que si queríamos que nos
that if-
dieran un aumento,
if we wanted a raise,
que lo agarráramos del seguro médico.
that they're going to take it from the health benefits.
¿Creen ustedes que es justo?
Do you think that's fair?
¿Podrían ustedes vivirse en un seguro, sin
Could you
un
guys
seguro
live
de
safe
médico?
without medical insurance?
No nos condenen a nosotros.
Don't condemn us.
Después de que estamos viviendo,
we're here living,
teniendo un salario de miseria,
We have a low
viviendo una
salary,
vida en decadencia,
living in
porque
a
todo está
lower,
subiendo
because we're all suffering,
y nosotros estamos ganando lo mismo.
and we're still earning the same.
Tomando en cuenta que nosotros
Take in
estamos
account
ahorrando miles,
that
millones
we're
de
saving you
dólares
millions of dollars
al Estado,
at the
porque
state,
nosotros trabajamos
because we work
24 horas al
24
día
hours a day,
y solo nos pagan
and you guys only
3,
pay us
4 horas al día.
3 to 4 hours a day.
Yo tengo que estar al pendiente de mi
I have to
esposo
be
si
on care of my
respira
husband.
en las noches porque tengo
To see
miedo
if he stops
y
breathing
tengo
at
que
night, 'cause
estar
I'm
presente
scared, 'cause I have
y
to
no
be
me
present,
pagan.
And you don't pay me
Yo dejé mi trabajo muy bien
I left a
remunerado
good
por
job
dedicarme a mi
to
esposo
dedicate myself to my husband.
y yo considero que como yo muchas
And I
personas
consider
y
like
no
me
es
and other
justo.
people, it's not fair.
No quisiera que la lucha
I
siguiera
don't want the
9
fight
años
to another 9 years
como el anterior
like the prior
contrato que tuvimos.
contract that we had.
Y nos dieron solamente 60 centavos.
And you gave a 70-cent increase.
Ahora si no
Now,
nos
if now
si
you
no
don't-
nos dan un aumento
If you don't give
tan
us a good
tan
raise,
grande como
a
lo que
big
estamos
raise, like
pidiendo
what
tal
we're
vez,
asking for,
pero no nos quiten, no
but don't
atenten,
take
no
or don't attempt
con nuestro seguro de
with our health
salud.
insurance.
Yo le doy las más anticipadas gracias.
I give you many
Y
thanks
gracias a
and thank you
Steve Brando,
to Steve Brandon.
es el supervisor de mi
Brando.
distrito.
He's our district.
Sé que nosotros tenemos un
I
área
know that we
limpia,
have a good,
confortable y
clean-
libre de vandalismo.
we don't have
Gracias a
no,
usted.
no violence. Thank you.
¿Su nombre, señora?
Mi nombre es Apolonia Arzate de Valencia.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Ofelia Fonseca.
My name is Ofelia Fonseca.
Yo vivo en Kerman.
I live in Kerman.
Yo cuido a mi hijo.
I take care of my son.
Estoy cumpliendo 38 años de cuidarlo.
I've been taking care of him for 38 years.
Estoy muy cansada.
I'm tired.
No estoy enfadada, pero estoy
I'm not
cansada.
frustrated. I'm just tired.
Y para lo que nos pagan,
And for
pues
what I get paid,
es muy poco.
it's very little.
Quisiera
I would wish
si nos pudieran pagar
if you can at least
hasta $100, pero
at
ya,
least give us another $100.
pero ya siquiera 25, pues
Pero at
ya,
least
ya
25
estuviera
would
pues,
be
bien,
better
porque
because
pues trabajamos para
we work-
con este programa.
we work for this program.
Ujú. Y pues les doy las gracias
I give you thanks
a todos los que estudiaron.
for all those who were able to
Porque
study.
Yo no sé hablar mucho
Because
porque
I don't know how to speak much.
yo no tuve escuela,
I didn't have any education,
pero sé poquito.
but I know a bit.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Clerk, how much time do we have left, clerk?
I'm sorry?
Buenas tardes.
You have 3 minutes left.
3 minutes left, the last speaker.
El último-
Buenas tardes.
Good
Mi nombre es
afternoon.
Amparo Ceja
I'm Amparo
y
Seca.
también soy madre de
And I'm
2
also-
niños especiales
I'm a mother
y
of 2
quisiera
children with
que
special needs.
se pusieran un momento en
And I
el
would
lugar de
wish
uno.
that could you put yourself in our position.
Yo pienso que si
I
ustedes
think
no
that if
tienen
you
un
guys
familiar
don't
así,
have a family member like
igual a nosotros,
like we do,
puedan venir sus nietos,
your
u
your
hijos,
grandkids, your children,
que puedan tener hijos como
they
nosotros.
can have they can one day have children like ours.
Y yo nomás les pido que se
And I
pongan un
also ask
momento
them to
en el lugar
please
de
put a moment
nosotros.
in yourselves in our
Que
position.
ya es hora de que
That
escuchen a uno.
it's time for you guys to hear us.
Es todo. Muchas gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the last speaker. Thank you very much for your time and thank you for your patience.
Gracias. Necesitamos su apoyo, ¿ok? Gracias.
Now, are there any comments from the public wishing to address the board on closed session items 17 through 22? Okay, seeing none. County Council, will we have anything to report out so we can adjourn following closed session?
No, Mr. Chairman, we are not anticipating any announcements out of closed session, so it would be appropriate if the board chooses to adjourn following closed session.
Okay, I will entertain a motion in a second. Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion passes.